on my mind. Woke up this morning, I checked the canoes because it's the beginning of the week. I gotta start collecting stories and shit. The first news story I saw was Trump is now the odds-on favorite to be president in 2025. And then a little sub-headline is, "Be afraid." It's just like, oh my God, dude. So many layers to unpack in this. Number one, told you so. Number two, this will be the reason we need to vote blue no matter who. Again, we fear the orange man. Even though we basically facilitated a pause in his policies and shit for 4 years by electing Joe Biden and then just hand it right back to him. Unbelievable. It's just, I don't know, man. One of those things. Who was it that said it would never happen again? Everybody. Dude, if you go back and look right after the election at Highdeologies, at fucking flash frieds, at all the arguments me and TJ had, it's one of the things that came up over and over was, how is it reducing harm if we have a shitty neoliberal, you know what I mean? We pause the Trump administration, have a shitty neoliberal 4 years, and then get another Trump. There's absolutely no way after January 6th. There's no fucking way, bro. Here we are. It's ramping up yet again. Yeah. Wouldn't that be great? Biden's the one that institutes a presidential age limit. Yeah, not gonna happen, dude. You think all these old fucking 70-something-year-old vampires, 70-plus-year-old vampires want to give up their positions? Fuck no. Yeah, you'd have to amend the Constitution. Trump's supporters were more confident about 2020 and probably didn't vote as much as they did in 2016. So, Trump, dude, there's a myriad of reasons why Trump could take fucking 2024. I think the most stark one is the fact that this administration, coupled with this term of Congress, has been so do-nothing. It's been so entirely disappointing. It's a trap, man. It's like the La Brea tar pits. You know, they dig down there and they find these different generations of animals who all fell into it. And you'd think, you know, some lore would spread amongst the animals, some kind of animal lore, like, hey, stay away from the fucking tar pits. But apparently it didn't. Tons of fucking animals ended up off in the fucking tar. And that's what the last, 60 years of American politics looks like. Just the bones of progressives. And just keep pulling them up. Oh, look at this guy. Voted blue no matter who. Here's another vote blue no matter who guy. Here at the fucking DNC tar pits. The graveyard of political movements. The good old DNC. Funny thing is people still haven't learned. A lot of people that were Bernie or busters for a while have morphed into this new, well, you know, things like Biden people. They just haven't learned. They haven't learned that the DNC is not an organization that fosters progressive legislation. It's where progressivism comes to die. It's where leftist political movements go to fucking die. It's a graveyard. And most of the people I talk to on the left are mad at me for pointing it out. There's always a rotating cast of villains for the Democrats to make themselves look better and better against. Yeah, the rotating villain. It's Manchin, it's cinema. There's always an excuse for why nobody can get anything done. But the real excuse, the real reason nothing gets done is because the power structure doesn't want it done. So this cycle, it's mansion. This cycle, it's cinema. This cycle, it's this, that, or the other. So I think a lot of people misunderstood the Dune stream. That Dune stream was a comparison largely between David Lynch's adaptation and the new adaptation. I may have gotten some stuff mixed up, but I think a lot of people thought that I was comparing the fucking movie to the book constantly. And I set up the whole fucking stream to compare the movie to the other movie adaptation. We showed side-by-sides. We talked about how scenes were different, how character portrayals were different between Lynch's Dune and Villeneuve's Dune. So I never really meant it to be like a hard examination of how closely Villeneuve stuck to the fucking book. So there's that. Part 1 covers from the Harkonnens, the Sardaukar, and them getting to Stilgar, half of the first book. I hope they explain the Imperial conditioning. Like, if they were going to do that, I think the time was in the first movie. Dr. Yui just got shit on. I saw a bunch of, like, I follow a couple of accounts on Twitter that post a lot of behind-the-scenes shit about Dune. And they've been posting these scenes that have gotten cut. They cut a huge scene between Jessica and Dr. Yui where he, like, explains what's going on with his wife to her. And probably would have been a scene where they could have explained the Imperial conditioning a little bit, but they just skipped it. So much of it felt truncated to me, but you gotta make cuts, I guess. I think the thing that, like, flabbergasts me the most, and I'll see how I feel about it after seeing the movie again, but how Dune has this new Dune feels more rushed than Lynch's Dune felt. You won't be getting an extended edition. I looked into it, and Denis Villeneuve is apparently super against director's cuts. Need some advice. My wife's cousin passed away this weekend in a really avoidable way. He left behind 3 young kids. My wife has taken it really hard. Any words of wisdom in a time like this? You just have to, like, when something like that hits you, somebody close to you passes away, you have to, everybody processes it in their own way, and you have to allow time to grieve and all of that stuff. And there are stages to grief that you can look into. Some people, it helps them to look at it more academically and to understand what happens to them. And some people, it does nothing for them. You got to be, I don't remember what all the 8 stages of grief are, but, there's denial and anger and sadness and mourning and acceptance. I guess just know that being nearby is helping, even if it seems it doesn't. Maybe that's the wise thing, and that's more advice for you than her. Man, Phoebes, I didn't think you would have such a boomer position on the NFT. I think NFTs are super exciting. And I think that a lot of the stories that cover, like, some of the goofier things that people have paid massive amounts of money for undercut what NFTs could provide, which is a way for artists to monetize their work at a time where, especially visual artists, oftentimes music artists as well, are just getting co-opted by people. Like, you put something that you made out there, and because you don't have a studio backing you, people just take it and use it without crediting you. And so it, creates this environment where it's increasingly hard for an artist to monetize their work in any meaningful way in the digital age. And so I imagine the future of NFTs allowing artists in the digital space to monetize their work and allowing people who enjoy an artist's work to patronize that artist. The artist-patron relationship is ages old and has produced pretty much every wonderful piece of art that you can think of. And so you have to find a way to do that for these burgeoning music artists and as visual artists especially, I think. See, that's the thing though, like they're not making the Mona Lisa, they're making 12 color variations of the same, monkey wearing a helmet or whatever. Andy Warhol was a person who created a lot of art based on the repetition of corporate themes. So the chunky Campbell's soup can, and he would make 8 or 9 different colors of it. You know what I mean? These kind of like celebrity portraits. It's all about iconography, right? I'm not trying to compare a monkey wearing a hat into to Andy Warhol, but directly, but I think there's an indirect comparison. It's always a sticky situation getting into the position of like, this is art, but this is lame, this is art, but this isn't art. For example, I used to be boomerish on the artist Jackson Pollock. You've undoubtedly seen a Jackson Pollock painting before. He's most known for his like splatter paintings, right? I looked at Jackson Pollock's paintings in books and pictures online, and I thought to myself, what a talentless hack. What just another example of modern art being total talentless garbage and blah, 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 blah. And I got to see a Jackson Pollock painting in person in LA in my 20s. And I spent like 30 minutes looking at his work, just staring at one painting. It was so intricate and so many different layers and colors, and so much work had gone into creating this canvas that drew my eye across it. And so many strange little details visible in the work. And I really got it. I was able to appreciate that work. And so I've always tried to take that as a lesson, that being a person that tries to compare every piece of art to some kind of art that's a higher form in their mind that came before it, is probably skipping over some pretty amazing stuff. It's also worth noting that maintaining the NFT blockchain requires massive computing power that's adding to the shortage of computer components and contributing to massive pollution. Sure. Yeah, I understand those criticisms of it. I don't think that those critiques of NFTs are going to stop it. And so a certain aspect of it, I think, needs to be embraced. And so I think that we can hope that NFTs blossom and turn into a different alternative way for visual artists to monetize their art and for patrons to patronize that art. I mean, I could see, and I've talked about this before, I could see a future where it's like, I'm not a rich dude, but maybe I buy a few pieces of art that I really like. I buy one of those like thin bezel, TVs and frame it, hang it on a wall, and just have a rotating collection of the NFTs that I own on display in my house. Visual art that I like, being able to support directly those types of artists, I've always liked that. I've never had a whole lot of money to buy art, but it's one of the things that I probably would buy if I had a lot of money. I like having interesting things to look at. I hear a goat. Somebody got it's a goat. I wanna rock and roll all night and party every day. I want to rock and roll all night and party every day. Hello, all of you. Those of you who clicked have no regrets. Those that didn't are regretting it right now. Like, I'll probably have to leave in about like an hour and 15, 20 minutes, something like that. I've got an alarm set. Now we've got a long ass recording day today and tomorrow, and then I didn't want to think about it. Dude, I think my hair is thinning. Look up there. Look at that right there. I'm going bald. No, I don't know. I feel like it might be. I feel like the hair might be thinning a little bit. It's starting to get a little thin right here. Right in this zone up here. Yeah, I'll be a good bald. A distinguished bald man. What about this one over here? Is this one going too? Yeah, look at that. Look at up into there. All the way back to there? How dare I go bald? Just get some hair tattooed on your bald head. Yeah. I like that idea. Did you see the Gruden emails? Yeah, I did. I mean, I don't know, man. It's probably shocking to some people that culture exists in places and stuff, but coming from the 80s and 90s, it's not shocking to me at all. It sucks, but it's not shocking. I'm doing a patron exclusive show today about a topic that I don't know if it's just me, but I find it personally disturbing and strange. I'm talking about all the politicians and the plastic surgeries that they've gotten. The weird kabuki theater of plastic politicians that's started globally now. People look so strange. I spent like the last couple of hours looking at oddly smooth old people, and I'm very, very disturbed by what I've seen. Odd smoothness, strange leatheriness. They photoshopped what Trump would look like without all his fake tans and everything, and he looked way older. Yeah, well, no shit. I think that's the point. I found this information on like how plastic surgery amongst politicians differs between like America and other places. Apparently other places expect different things from their politicians. Like the crux of it is like Western politicians, the like behavior that's valued is like excitement. And so that's why Western politicians get this like the rictus grin put on their face. So it looks like they're just having a fucking blast, like a youthful blast. But then in other places, like Russia and China, stoicism is what people value. Like they value like positive emotional states, but stoically. And so that's why like other politicians in the rest of the world are like getting their faces remade to look all... It's so fucking weird, bro. Just the weird kabuki theater of fucking politics. The makeup, the fucking hair, the rearranging of people's faces. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'll get to the bottom of it during the show today. That is enough weed. Gotta face the doctor this morning. Can't be too blitzed when you go to the doctor. What's up, doc? What are you going for? You're back? No, just like we're moving soon. So I'm going to see this doctor one last time, and hopefully he gives me some refills on my medications so I can move far, far away from here. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away from here. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away from here. And here's hoping I don't have to move for a long time after that. You can book online refills in the UK instead of face-to-face. You usually can here too, especially with the types of medication that I'm on, but the doctor that I'm going to see is a piece of shit. That's another great reason for getting out of the area that we are, is the state that I'm moving to has more doctors per capita than I think any other state. It's definitely in like the top 5. There are way more doctors per capita where I'm moving than there are here, which hopefully means better healthcare, better choice. Because it's like here, my choice in like physicians, like I'm just going to see my general practitioner guy, is like 2 other people in this little town. One of which I went to when I first got here and switched out of because they were a piece of shit, so. Is this the doc that refused to give you your normal dosage of meds? Yes. Until I went and saw him again, and then he gave me my meds. What are you guys' plans for the collapse? You got any? You just gonna ride it out? That's kind of my plan too. Just ride out the economic and environmental collapse. Just kind of surf on top of it, you know what I mean? I guess during the collapse I'll just farm veggies and fruits if I can. Maybe get a few chickens. Try and feed people or grow my farm to a huge worker co-op. Oh yeah, dude. There you go. Oh, that coffee's good. Thank goodness for coffee. That's going to be something I'm going to have to learn to live without, is coffee. I doubt there's going to be a ton of coffee in the collapse, you know. There's going to be Folgers. Not for long, dude. Think about that shit. Coffee isn't grown in the United States. It's like something that's almost 100% imported. Coffee needs like a tropical climate. Like the best coffee in the world is grown on the slopes of like little mountains or hills. You consider Hawaii a part of the USA or just some shit we took? I mean, the entire USA is just some shit we took. It's just another piece of shit we took. People made fake coffee out of dandelions during World War II. Oh boy, that sounds gross. Yeah, chocolate. Say goodbye to chocolate. Say goodbye to most little things. That's what I want to get set up, dude. Here's what I want before the collapse happens. Step 1, move out of California. Step 2, find a little piece of land with a house on it in the state that I'm moving to. Step 3, immediately start growing my own weed. Step 4, collapse. Step 5, stay stoned throughout the collapse. That's it. No profit. See, you got to think about it. This is collapse. I don't want people knowing I got weed. I don't want to be that guy that like, oh, this dude grows weed. We can go buy weed from it. Because that turns into like, oh, you don't have any to sell me? Well, I'm going to take it. Rah! Nope. Nope. It's all for me. I'm not sharing. Share and share alike? No. He ain't gonna see my weed field, dude. I'm gonna be up in the middle of fucking God's green nowhere. What coffee do I got here? Dude, I just got regular old crappy American fucking freeze-dried coffee. Think it's Folgers? We usually just buy whatever is cheapest. One of the things that I learned being a coffee snob for 8 years is that no matter what anybody tells you, coffee is just kind of coffee. There is coffee that tastes better than the coffee that I have now, but as far as like the efficacy of coffee, it all kind of tastes the same, and it all kind of does the same thing. There you go. I just saved you a lot of money. I'm not going to have to kill trespassers because I plan, like when the collapse happens, I'm just going to let this go. I'm going to stop brushing my hair, but I'm not going to cut it. So I'm going to get these like crazy natural dreads. I'm going to let the beard grow up into the hair, and I'm going to look like a crazy psychopath. Like anytime I'm visible to the front of my house, I'm going to be carrying like a big axe, dragging it on the ground. Ain't nobody going to come in, dude. Trust me. They ain't going to want to fuck with that. Well, I'm not going to be in the middle of nowhere to start. That's my plan. Eye patch, maybe, yeah. Just never bathe, just dirty old, like, face. I'll fill like a big, like a body bag with a bunch of, like, you know, heavy stuff, so it looks like I'm dragging a body bag, and I'll just do that once or twice a week. Like, drag a body bag out in front of my house, kick it a few times like it's still twitching, and drag it around back, you know, make sure everybody sees. No, that's a terrible idea, Lord Iscariot. You know what they eventually do to people that they fear have voodoo magic and shit. You know what happens when the lights go out and then rumors start going around that one of the survivors out on the outskirts of town has got voodoo magic and he's putting curses on people. You know what's going to happen. I'm going to wake up in the middle of the goddamn night. There's going to be a bunch of yokels with torches there. And I'm done for. Maybe I'll have, like, Amelia pretend to be... I'll have her infiltrate, like, a crowd of people and pretend to be, like... I'm going to go check out that crazy guy's house. I'm going to see if he's got anything. They're like, Amelia, don't do it. She's like, no, man, fuck that. I'm not scared of this guy. And then I'll like have like an elaborate thing, a chainsaw with no blade on it. Or like I'm like popping out and I'm like, and she's like, no. And everybody runs. And I'm like, you know. Everybody's like, man, well, fucking don't go near that house. Fucking guy's insane. They'll spot her alive and think I'm a necromancer, yeah. Just like anybody that invades my property, I kill them and enslave them. Next time they see her, she's just like all, this is a good plan. I'm going for this. Gotta spice it up. I gotta look more intimidating. It's not gonna work. I'm dead. I'm screwed, man. They're gonna kill me and steal all my weed. No, because that's, dude, you know what happens? Like, the religious cult leader always gets turned on in the apocalypse, you know what I mean? His subjects always turn on him and, like, eat him because he doesn't live up to whatever the, you know what I mean? You can't do that either. Low profile, okay? Low profile. That's the key to surviving this collapse, man. Keep that fucking profile low and make what people can see look really reprehensible and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, leave that fucking guy alone. Don't even bother going up there. Bosch said yesterday that running to the left isn't what Democrats need to win and that they should focus on how dangerous the Republicans are. What are your thoughts? I think that's a great plan. If the plan is to maintain the steady fucking slide of the Overton window to the right, which has been one of my contentions with Vosh from the very fucking beginning. Like, one of my contentions with Vosh is that he talks a lot of revolutionary, far leftist, you know, stuff, but kind of channels all of that energy into status quo neoliberalism. So I guess good plan if that's your fucking desired outcome, is the continuation of this cycle of failure we're stuck in. We all know how well the orange man bad meme is working now. At least past reformists are against the Democrats, or at the very least want progressive Dems to challenge the establishment. But these rad libs can't even be bothered to hold politicians accountable. I don't want to talk about it. I really don't. I really don't care anymore. I'm finding more and more that the people that oppose me in the online left when I criticize Democrats are deeply, deeply unserious people. And that's coming from a relatively unserious individual. You know, I try and keep things light and pithy, but I mean, come on. These people are just joking, like time wasting joking. I posted a couple of things yesterday on Twitter and had the typical retinue of people in my mentions. One of whom, he looked at the failure of the Democrats yesterday, and he did the calculus in his head, and he was like, why did this fail? Why did Terry McAuliffe lose? Why are the Democrats polling so low? Why was the New Jersey race so fucking goddamn scary close? Why are all the signs pointing to the fact that the Republicans are about to sweep this shit? Did all the calculus in his head, and the answer he came up with was me. It's my fault that they did this. Went on this fucking tear about how, like, I'm basically Dave Rubin because all I do is criticize the Democrats. Like, who am I supposed to criticize for what's going on in the fucking world right now? Democrats are in power. When the Republicans were in power, I criticized them. That's the way it works. These people are just, they're caught up in a game. It's like it's an ego-based game where they've chosen a tact and they pat themselves on the back for that tact. Oh, look at me, I'm doing something. And what they're doing is supporting neoliberal politicians. And they have to interpret the events of the world in order to fit the framework of that being a good thing. And so their minds are completely broken. They can't look critically at what they've done. They can't make a critical examination of, you know, what the efficacy of their vote is. It just becomes this super duper fucking grade school level word game. I'm right because it literally feels like something that would go on a fucking playground. And these people are just lost. They're lost in the sauce. They feel like that, you know, they've done something good for the world, and reality is not going to impinge on that fucking belief. I've just gotten to the point where I don't really even care to engage with these people anymore. I've just watched too much of it, you know what I mean? And I've thrown my fucking shit at the wall enough and seen none of it stick, you know what I mean? These people just don't want it. They don't want truth. They want the easy way. And the easy way is, we can fix this by slowly but surely letting the Democrats win. That's the easy way. The easy way is, all I got to do is once a year go and bubble in a fucking Democrat. My contention, of course, is that is not helping, and it is, in fact, hindering progress in this country. People don't want to hear that. People can't fathom that. They can't work that out on their heads. But I did the right thing. I did what the pundits told me to do. I did what Vosh told me to do. I did what this lefty told me to do and that lefty told me to do. I went out and I fucking sucked it up and I voted for Joe Biden. Why isn't the world getting better? Why is it getting worse? Why have these people walked back every campaign promise that they made? I don't understand. It must be these lefties that won't vote for a Democrat. That must be it. It's got to be them. And the great part about it is that when I'm on this side of things, this is the fun part. I get these really ridiculous, like, righties that have hung on like little crusty boogers. And they go like, yeah, you right about that, Trump 2024. Like, you fucking dolts. So what do we do about it? Because voting Dem is the only actual answer. It's not an actual answer. That's like saying, like, well, I'm thirsty and there's a big glass of cyanide in front of me. And really the only answer is for me to fucking chug that glass, bro. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and be thirsty. You're not helping yourself by voting for the Democratic Party, the DNC. You're not. That's my contention. That has been my contention. And the proof of that is what you haven't got. Look at what's been carved out of the agenda, right? Everybody was rooting for Biden because they were like, look at this progressive agenda. Even if he accomplishes 1/10 of this, You know, it'll be better than Trump. Look at what's gotten struck off the fucking docket, dude. Healthcare, vision, dental, gone. Immigration reform, gone. Military reform, gone. Taxation of billionaires, off the table. You don't see the writing on the wall? Like, you don't get it at this point? What else do I have to do? Yeah, minimum wage, gone. See, this is what I don't understand about these people. A lot of these people have Twitter accounts where they can go back and like, let's see what I was saying in 2020 before Joe Biden won. Let's see the arguments I was making. Oh, look, he's gonna fucking cancel student debt. Obviously fucking better than Trump. Blah, blah, blah. And then let's see what the actual outcome of my vote has been. And let's compare the two. It seems real simple, but that's not the route these people go. Somehow the people were right, that were right about all this, caused it all. The people that were saying before Joe Biden got elected that the Democrats were going to sit around, pull their puds and do nothing and lose in 2022 and 2024, like me, we somehow caused them to do it. And, you know, I'm just not interested in having that fucking conversation again, dude. It's literal fucking kindergarten logic, and to see grown-ass adults caught in the trap of sunk cost fallacy. That's what a lot of this is, dude. Well, I've put so much energy and fucking so much of my personality into backing this fucking thing. I can't back out of it now. Put too much in. And it's just like, man, like, you're willing to go forward, continuing to be wrong and continuing to do demonstrable harm to your fellow man in order to save face. Neat. Where do I sign up for this fucking ideology? And see, to me, as a leftist, this is unthinkable. The type of shit that I talk seems like way outside the Overton window to people, but for me, it's just fucking goddamn common sense. Doesn't it take a long time to make change happen in most cases? It seems like a lot of policy stuff we want is relatively new and will take time to make happen. Well, we've got to move towards it. You're never going to get policy change if you promise the policy change and then don't deliver on it. And this isn't the first administration to do that, by the way. If this Biden administration was just some kind of like outlier in the last 40, 50 years of American politics, it'd be one thing. But this is what the DNC does. They promise a fuck ton of progressive policy, and then when they get into office, they govern like Republicans. It's like they just put the whole fucking shit into a holding pattern. Everybody gets fucking disillusioned with the Democrats, and then the Republicans sweep it. That's the game. And I've yet to hear anybody make an argument against that. That doesn't include getting angry at me for pointing it out or blaming me. That's so true, Phoebes. And like, people think that like the stuff that Americans are asking for is like some brand new fucking thing. It's like, no, man. Every other country has universal health care. Every other successful company offers free education all the way through a person's life. It's just across the board, except us. So this is the reason for that, is because our leftist, quote unquote, left party isn't a left party at all. It's a center-right party. And if you're going to tell me that the best we can do as leftists is to continue to vote for centrist Republicans, then I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. And that's just it. That's just where I stand, bro. If you can prove to me that Joe Biden isn't a centrist Republican, I'll vote for him. How about that? I've got a long laundry list of his fucking policy decisions and his votes from a long fucking 45, 50-year political career. What do you got? I've got Joe Biden's votes on every fucking war initiative. I've got Joe Biden's votes on every fucking piece of austerity that's passed in America. I've got Joe Biden's votes on fucking racial issues. I know where Joe Biden stood on fucking segregation and free busing to all black schools. I know exactly where he stood on that shit. What do you got? What do you got for me as a leftist to get me to sign my fucking name next to a Republican? Convince me he's not a Republican. Convince me Kamala Harris is not a Republican. A woman who locked up poor and disadvantaged mothers for the truancy of their children. A woman that locked up low-level pot offenders in California for her whole fucking career as AG. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me I should vote for that because she's what, changed? She's not gonna do that no more? Are you fucking kidding? See, this is what I'm talking about. He's a centrist conservative. He's a center-right conservative. He's not as far right as some of the Republican nominees, but he's pretty close. And that's just the truth. For what hypothetical politician and or party would you vote? I would vote for a new Labor Party. But see, this is the work that I want to see the left doing. Dismantling the DNC and making it irrelevant so that we can replace it with an actual fucking leftist alternative, and then maybe start using the legislative process to get some of this shit done. It's never going to get done when you're spinning your wheels in the fucking DNC mud. So I would vote for a hypothetical candidate from a new Labor Party, a new American Workers Party, a union-affiliated, labor-centric fucking message, bottom-up community revitalization, bottom-up fucking tax redistribution. A leftist. Let's put it this way. A leftist. That's all I'm asking for. That's another thing. And you know, like, I'm not the type of guy to think of this, but you're absolutely right, Connor. The left has a huge albatross hanging around its neck because so many of the loud leftist voices in this country advocate for, like, when the chips are down, advocate for voting for conservatives. It's an optics problem. People look at you and they go back and, oh, let's see what Vosh was saying back in 2020. And they see Vosh wearing a riding with Biden hat and a riding with Biden fucking t-shirt and talking about how fucking wonderful Biden's going to be. And they don't take you as seriously. It makes you look like you're very, very unserious. And as a result, you've got this great gray morass of people in the center who flip their vote depending on which way the wind is blowing. They look to one party, they say, oh yeah, that sounds good, that looks good. They give them their vote, they're fucking horrifyingly disappointed as things just get worse and worse, and they go, well, fuck those people. They lied to me, I'm voting for this other party. How do you think Trump won? You think Trump won because he just magically created a fucking cult around him? Trump won because he ran as an anti-establishment candidate, even though he was completely 100% establishment. He made people feel like, oh my God, this guy's different. He's a different kind of politician. Just governed like a fucking Republican. And if you don't think that fucking DNC leftists are doing the same thing, well, I'm gonna put this face out like I'm super progressive. AOC, she's different, man. She was a bartender last year. Ilhan Omar, man, different. Woman of color, woman of faith, different. Cory Bush, different. Joe Biden, different. It's the same game. You think the Republicans are running the game, but the Democrats aren't? And all you got to do is look around. Take the pulse of your fellow man. Liberals are communists sitting on the fence. Man, I wish they'd act like it. Accidentally based. Boy, I sure wish we could get anything that looked like a communist. Even a fence-sitter communist I'd take over what we got now. Liberals are corporatists, bro. Pure and simple. Plain as the nose on your face. I'd kill for a fence-sitting communist. A wishy-washy anarchist. A pseudo-socialist. It'd be a giant upgrade. Crony capitalism, that's what we got now. Bunch of crony capitalists. Someone with D's in front of their name, someone with R's in front of their name. Get lobbying out of politics. Yeah, the problem with getting lobbying out of politics is you have to encourage politicians to vote against their ability to make millions of dollars lobbying Congress after their term ends. Who's going to vote against that? Why do you think Congress has consistently gotten wage increases over the last fucking 2 decades while Americans have had flat wages? The vote comes up, should we pay ourselves more? Yes. Should we give ourselves a bigger stipend for living arrangements here in Washington, D.C.? Absolutely. Should we raise the minimum wage for the average person? No. Should we give ourselves better health care here in Congress? Absolutely, yes. Signed. Bipartisan support on that one. Should we give human beings that voted for us better health care? Nah, can't get it done. Can't get it done. And by the way, that's not just Republicans that did that. That's your vaunted left. They lock all that shit in, and they love it. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. Hello. Hello. How did my appointment go? It went, it went fine. It went just fine. My blood work came back and it looks good for the most part. Cholesterol was a little bit high. Blood pressure was good. White cell count was good. Red cell count was good. Huh? We're doing good. Everything's fine. He did the whole fucking thing. Listen to me stethoscope breathe and pulled on my pud a little bit. You know what I mean? Everything's hunky dory. Hey Paul, opinion of RTS games? The new Age of Empires 4 has me hooked. I can't play Age of Empires, bro. Can't do it. Played too much Age of Empires. I can't do another one. It's like Civ for me. It's like I spent so much time playing Civ 3 and Civ 4 that like there's no way I could play 5, let alone 6. Like I just too much time playing them games. And they just don't change enough. I kind of feel like a lot of those franchises are kind of like the Madden of RTS games. You get a little graphical upgrade, you get maybe like a little roster update, you get a couple more nations that weren't in the previous game, but ultimately it's just the same fucking bullshit. Can't do it, sorry. Not my cup of tea. What is your cup of tea? I don't know. Fighting games. I like third-person action games, Dark Souls-esque kind of games. I like platformers. I like strategy type games. There's a lot of these like card games, like deck builder type of games. I like those. I like to have like a selection of like games that require different amounts of like mental engagement from me. A game like Neo 2, right? I got to be like super paying attention to play that game. And sometimes I'm looking for that, Sometimes I'm looking for a game that's going to like suck me all the way in. And other times I want to play a game where I can like look away from it, be fucking around, come back to it. And these card games are good for that, because you don't have to, you don't have to work, you're not on a timer usually is what I'm saying. So, you can take a turn, fuck around for a little bit, come back and go like, all right, I'm gonna take another turn. I like that. I like simulation games specifically. I guess I can't really say I like simulation games. I like space sims. So I like simulation games where you get to fly like a futuristic space fighter or whatever the fuck, or space trucker or whatever the fuck. That's my wheelhouse. Those are the types of games I really like playing. Did you ever play No Man's Sky? I played it when it first came out, and I realized like it's one of those games that I'm like, I should go back and play that, because I know for a fucking fact that the game is completely different now. They've added a lot of the crap that should have been in the game from the jump and tweaked it a lot. But I played that game like within the first month it came out, and was not all that impressed with it. I thought it was okay, like I had some fun with it at first, but I couldn't really get with it. To be honest with you, those types of games, the kind of like survival games where you build a hut or whatever and you gotta collect things, and like those types of games really don't do it for me. And they're super popular right now. Like tons and tons of people want to play these games where it's like you gotta build things. It's a Minecraft thing. Minecraft got everybody like, oh man, I could build this crazy castle or whatever the fuck, and then they took it out of the cartoony graphics realm and put it in like the more realistic realm, and now pretty much every game is basically that. And I just don't have the, I'm not creative in that way. So I always end up feeling like an asshole when I play those games, like a dumbass, because I can't build anything. Like I'm just not an architect or whatever. I don't have that kind of like designer mindset. And so the shit that I build is always just like jank as fuck, and I can't. It's like, I'll give you an example. I started playing this game. What the fuck was it called? The Dyson Sphere Project, I think is what it was called. And it's one of these little, survival base management, base builder kind of games where you build like, you run around and you collect things and you build like little factory components and little conveyor belts that take, you know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean. But anyway, I was playing that game, and I had a base built that was making some stuff, and it had conveyor belts going all over the place, and I was like, man, I'm doing pretty good at this fucking game. And then I remember I was like just fucking around one day, I was looking at YouTube, and I saw Destiny was streaming the game, and I was like, let me check out and see what his base looks like. And I looked at it, and it was literally like, it looked like, I can't even describe it. It looked like somebody had fucking spent like 70 days straight designing everything to be perfectly fucking like, there just wasn't like an ounce of wasted space or a weird piece of track or anything. It was all just like beautiful factory shit. And I was like, I can't even play the game. Like, I looked at my base, and it was this topsy-turvy shit where like I could make sense out of it, but nobody else really could. And I was just like, if that's the end goal, is to get your base like that, I can't even do it. You know what I mean? My brain literally doesn't function that way. So I guess I would not be a good like city planner or whatever. Yeah, Animal Crossing. That one's even like way tamer than most other ones, and I feel the same way about it. That game like actively shames you when your fucking town is shit. I used to feel bad logging into fucking Animal Crossing back in the day on the GameCube. Oh my God. I felt awful about it. Shooters, yeah. I like a shooter now and again, but I'm kind of played out on shooters. I'm not great at chess. I played a lot of chess when I was younger. Me and my dad would play chess a lot. So I'm not like horrible at chess, but I can't do what a good chess player does. Like think 5, 6 moves ahead, 7 moves ahead, something like that, I think like 1 or 2 moves at a time, and I end up getting played a lot. I used to like the little tedious tasks that you would get in certain video games. Like, man, I used to be sucked into like the MMO style of game. And it's taken me a while to realize that, like, I just don't like that type of game anymore. I played a lot of MMOs prior to World of Warcraft. I'd played 2 or 3 major early MMOs, and was really, like, when I first got into them, I was really into that. Like, every little thing you do, you make a little modicum of progress. Every little thing that you do pushes you a little closer to some nebulous goal. And for a while there, that really had me hooked. But nowadays, you know what kind of ruined those types of games for me? The fucking the coverage of like all the end game shit. Back in the day, I used to feel like I was genuinely like discovering shit, because there wasn't like a billion YouTube channels and a billion fucking memes about every little aspect of every little game. Like when World of Warcraft first started, I remember there was like a genuine joy in like running around the zones and discovering new things and seeing new stuff, and like that is just impossible in these games now. It's impossible to avoid all of the shit. It's impossible. Like, you get going in the game and you're like, oh man, I want to figure this out, and then you start looking at builds and you start looking at guides, and all of a sudden you just like, here's what happens to me. I'll get into a game like that for like, a couple of days, and then I'll go like, man, yeah, I really want to start building towards something. So let's like look at some builds, and then I'll look at like some end game builds and all the time that has to be spent to get from A to B, and I'm just like, I don't even want to do it. I don't even want to do it. I'm done. So I think my lesson is learned when it comes to MMOs. I don't think I'll be trying out anymore. I actually tried out that New World game. I think it's called New World, right? The Amazon MMO. And man, that game, I was done with that quick. I pre-purchased it way back when, and when it fucking released, I was like, all right, let me jump on. And I jumped into the game and I was just like, man, I can't fucking do this again. I literally cannot run around the newbie zone mining fucking copper ore and picking fucking herbs. I can't, I can't do it. I just can't bring myself to fucking do it, man. Oh my God, dude, I can't even imagine it. These games come out. This blows my fucking mind. I've never been like this. Even back in the day when I was way more into games than I am now. There will be people that have got like parts of the end game figured out by the end of the first 24 hours of a game being released. Like there are people who literally just fucking like get one of those games and it's like a race for them to see how quickly they can fucking make the game pointless for themselves. And there are people like, I couldn't believe it. Like I said, dude, I bought that New World game. I pre-purchased it. Probably logged in on day 2, honestly, that it was available. I don't think I logged in the day it launched or whatever. But I got logged in on day 2. And I'm running around. I get, I play a couple hours and I get to that first city, your first like newbie city or whatever. And there were people running around and like fucking this flashy ass shit. And I was like, didn't this game just come out? There were dudes that were like level 50 running around in like crazy end game looking gear with particle effects on it. And I'm like, didn't they just fucking release this? Like you're already at the end game and it's a day or 2 into the fucking game? I can't even imagine that, dude. I just don't have that kind of like desire. And it seems like that's the type of person that's attracted to most of these competitive games. It's like most games that have either an implicitly or an explicitly competitive nature to them, you're going to run into people day 1 that it's like they've been playing the game since they were fucking born. Remember elementary school banter being about gaming secrets, myths, and tips. Mew under the bus and Pokemon. Yeah, that's how it used to have to get passed around. You used to have to like get little drips and drabs and little secrets from your friends and shit. I can control that. I not look at the reviews and not, but it's just hard for me. It's like it's out there. These games, like a lot of them, if you don't play them, if you're doing something wrong early on, it fucks you in the end, Like you end up spending all this time on a character that's fucked up because you didn't do it right, And so there's this kind of like impetus to look at these guides and shit. I just get lost in it. It's not even the game system that overwhelms me. It's like fucking amount of people out there that have created these Nat's ass guides to do every single fucking thing in the game. The only game I ever really no-lifed was Ultima Online. It was really like during the only time in my life where I could afford to no-life a game, was, in that little sweet zone right before I was old enough for my parents to kick me out, like that little sweet spot. It's weird because I haven't played a game like that since. I'll explain it to you. I would go to sleep, right, at sometime like in the morning. Be up all night playing the fucking game till like 5, 6 in the morning. Then I would lay down and I would sleep and I would wake up at 3, 4 in the afternoon. And immediately the first thing I would do would be like get up out of bed, take a piss, go like make a freezer burrito or some shit, and then just play the game until fucking 6 a.m. And I would do that every day. Like just, it was like that was my job. Like my real life was just taking care of what my body needed to survive. Like cramming some food in my hole every once in a while, taking a dump every once in a while, falling down and fucking sleeping every once in a while. But every moment I was awake, I was either playing that game or doing whatever I had to do to get it out of the way to play that game. And I remember back then going like, dude, this is not good. Like even at 16, 17 years old, I was like, there's no way that I should be playing a game like this. But it's all I wanted to do, so I did it anyway. And since then, I really haven't been able to fathom having enough time to play a game like that, much less even try it. Sitting out here earlier, and I was like, I flipping through my feed, and I saw Jamie Darkey was streaming, and I was like, what are the chances if I tune in that Jamie Darkey is talking about me or TJ? Was it like her stream was titled something completely different? It was titled something like No Nut November Cringe or some shit like that. So it's like, she clearly had a plan to talk about something else. But I shit you not, dude. I fucking hit play, and as soon as she started talking, it was about TJ. Still recontextualizing the booty burn this many days later. It's the same thing she did when she talked with me, if you remember. Like, I went in, yelled at her, and made her look stupid, and she talked about it for 2 weeks and blamed me for her looking bad. She goes on TJ's show, he treats her all nice and is all fucking charitable and sits there and listens to her for 3 hours. And people still don't like her, and now it's his fault again. Jamie doesn't understand, like, the common denominator in her failure is her, always. You know what I mean? Like, she acts like she was actually talking, I listened to a little bit of it. She's actually talking about how she's disappointed that we don't give smaller channels more shout outs on DFF or some shit. Or like we as personalities don't give enough like legs up to smaller channels. And I'm just like, you have 9 people watching you right now, and TJ just had you on his fucking channel to talk for like 3 hours. What are you talking about? What do you want us to do for you? And it's just like, to bitch about it like mere days after you were given like hours on another person's platform. Some people, like Dunning-Kruger, is an incredibly strong psychological force, bro. Some people just cannot believe, it just can't be, that I'm the common denominator in my failure. It's always, I'm a clumsy dude, and I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and there have been times where I've looked to blame other people, but you know what? Thank goodness I have the capacity to look at myself and go like, all right, I fucked up on this. This was my bad. I didn't do this so well. I didn't look so good. I didn't, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Like, 'cause some people just don't have the ability to do that. If they do something and it doesn't work out the way that they think it's supposed to, they will fucking, to the end of their days, blame somebody else for it. And she's one of those people. The only reason that anybody even fucking knows who she is because of TJ. She would literally have nobody watching her. She would have nobody watching her if it was not for DP, TJ, DFF. And she's over there bitching about how we don't do enough to help small channels. And it's just like, fuck off. Fuck off. Self-reflection is a tough thing, which means confronting the problem, which may in fact be you. You want to know what the truth is? It's actually harder to not confront the problem and to blame the problem on everybody else, because then you never actually find the root of the problem. And so the thing that's vexing you just continues. You know what I mean? It just spools out continuously in your life. So it's actually easier in the long run to go like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's me. This has happened 3 or 4 times now. That's easier. I think you summed up Jamie when you said read a book. Yeah. Well, that's the thing that Jamie would have to do in order to be what she wants to be. Jamie wants to skip the line and be a commentator without really knowing how to commentate. She wants to skip the line and not learn anything, politically or otherwise, and just repeat what other people say. And when people like that are placed in the position of having to defend their arguments, they can't do it, because what you've done is you've taken the capstone of the pyramid and you've just hung it up there in the sky, and you've got no fucking basis. You didn't build your way up to an understanding. You've got nothing underneath your opinion. And so, you've just snatched the capstone from somebody like Vosh or somebody like TJ, and then you run with it. Well, you're always going to get in trouble because you haven't thought out your fucking position. You haven't created a fucking whole map of where you start from A to B to get to your fucking position. All you've got is the hot take. And that's what Jamie Darkey has always been. Jamie Darkey has always been a person who, instead of coming up with her own content and context, steals what somebody else says, repeats it, and then can't defend it. And then gets mad when they can't defend it. TJ was really like doing his fucking level-headed best. I talked to him about it the day after. And he was like, dude, I was having such a hard time fucking ignoring the shit you were saying in the chat because I was really trying not to let it devolve into like a shouting match because I didn't want her to say like, oh, they just fucking yelled at me and shit. And I was like, dude, she's just doing the same shit. She's literally saying the same shit that she was saying when I yelled at her. Uncharitable and blah, 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 and bad faith. And there's nothing you can do for a person like that. You can't do enough. You can't provide enough for a person like that. And they will sit and recontextualize it a million different ways rather than just going like, fuck, I sucked. That Paul discussion, I really came to the table with nothing but somebody else's opinion. Maybe next time, like I find myself in a situation like that, I won't get caught with my pants down. I'll know what I'm talking about. I'll spend some time developing my own position on it and, you know.
Or just admit that maybe you're not a debate streamer.
Dude, that's what I told Jamie. Like I had a conversation with Jamie probably a couple of months ago. For this very same reason, I saw she was streaming, popped into one of her shows, and I was the topic. Like, immediately as I jump in, I'm the topic. This always happens, by the way. It's the third time it's happened in, like, 2 days. Where I've just been scrolling through my feed, and I'm like, oh, let me go look and see what Jamie's talking about. And then TJ, blah, blah, and it's just like, oh, my fucking God, man. It's just cope stream after cope stream after cope stream. Yeah, and I told her, I was like, Jamie, you're not going to be successful at what you're trying to do, basically. You're a talented person. I like your music. You should really pursue that because it would take you out of this fucking politics game that's clearly not your fucking game, put you in a wheelhouse where you've got a little fucking acumen, let you kind of be creative and do your own fucking thing and not have to worry about fucking arguing and the politics and the shit. She didn't want to hear it. You know what I mean? That was just like me giving an honest like piece of advice to Jamie because I honestly think like I'm not a huge fan of her rap music, but she's way more talented than like 90% of the internet rappers out there. Sitting around and just like being the content, in her mind that's easier, but it's not. That's why she's got 7 people watching her. That's why she's always salty when she shows up somewhere because she never comes off looking good no matter how charitably she's dealt with. If she could take back the last 2 days, she'd have 12 hours of concerted practice, and instead she's got 12 hours of cope. I also tried to warn her away from this like Lady Hopium rebrand. I gotta be honest with you, I've always thought that Jamie's moniker that she chose for herself was pretty bad. The Jamie Darkey just seems like, I don't know. But it works way better than Lady Hopium. Hopium is a meme that's gonna be gone. It's already gone. Like I hardly ever see anybody use the copium hopium meme because people have used it to the point of meaninglessness now. And she's rebranded her channel with a meme that's gonna be dead in a fucking week. Jamie's been around in the community for a long time, and so it wouldn't do my heart bad to see Jamie have a little success, make a little progress. But I gotta be honest with you, she's spinning her wheels in the same mud that she was spinning her wheels in fucking 5 years ago. Makes the same kind of content. Somebody else's fucking opinion, somebody else's hot take, stretched out over the course of a 4-hour stream. Jamie doesn't learn from any of the interactions that Jamie has.
Yeah, when you guys actually hated her, you just wouldn't talk to her.
Yeah. Like when I hate somebody's fucking guts, unless, you know, you're talking about the days of DP where we used to spin that shit into gold. That's not what we do anymore. So if I hate somebody's fucking guts, I don't talk about them ever. You'd never hear me mention them. Like that's how you, like if I know you and you're a content creator and you're in the same kind of community that I'm in and I never said a word about you, there's a good chance I fucking hate your guts.
Or you just don't.
Or I just don't care, right? One or the other. Paul is a relic, hence the name. Hence the name of the stream. You've brought up Shu and Vosh and hate them. I don't hate either Shu or Vosh. See, hate is a strong ass fucking word, bro. And I gotta really care about somebody to hate them. I really feel like hate comes with a certain amount of emotional attachment, right? And
Annoyed is probably the better word.
yeah. I think Shu on Head is an annoying person. I don't think that she's very watchable at what she does, but do I hate her as a person? No. I think Vosh is a pretty annoying person. Do I hate him? No. Yeah, hate is like next door neighbors with love, bro. Like for me to feel that much passionate anger towards a person, I have to really be invested in that person, you know, on a personal level. That really doesn't fit with anybody in my life that I can think of. I've had people do me dirty and I don't hate them. You know, like I've had people I really genuinely love and care about do me dirty and I don't hate them. There's another thing too. A lot of people misjudge me because I'm aggressive. It's a product of my upbringing and the generation that I was brought up in. The type of passion and stuff that I display that gets called, like, that sends everybody into like a, ooh, I'm salty, oh God, oh, gets everybody all fucking hyped up and shit. That shit was fucking commonplace in my day. People liked that, getting riled up and yelling at each other, yelling about something and ranting about something. It wasn't like people like were doing backflips for it, but it was just part of the discourse back when I was a kid, getting passionate about something, getting angsty, defending your position zealously and all that shit. That was just like normal. Like I'm a normal example of somebody that came from my fucking area and my fucking generation. And that type of behavior now is seen as something completely different than it was seen as back in the day. Somebody getting angry, somebody getting passionate, somebody getting angsty. Like those things are just fucking normal back in. And now it's like stop the fucking presses, bro. Somebody got mad on the internet. It's like, what? Yeah. You don't ever get mad?
The dumbest fucking people are like, oh no, DFF gonna break up because TJ and Paul have a fight.
Those people, I feel the worst for those people because I can almost guarantee those people don't have any friends. If you think that having a fucking political argument with a friend where you get a little heated, like if you had a genuine friend and you're one argument away from not having a friend, you don't have a friend. I have that issue too. I curse a lot, sound aggressive most of the time. People think I'm pissed and angry. I'm not, though. It's just my tone and way of speaking. Try explaining that to people on the internet, man. People are so pent up that any display of genuine emotion, it's like, what is that guy doing? He's dropping the veil on the internet? Remember how, because everybody on the internet is a perfectly composed, perfectly well-adjusted person who never yells, never gets angry, never has been salty in their life, you know what I mean? And it's just like, you see a person that comes on and they're real every once in a while, and it drives some people fucking nuts, bro. It creates like an obsessive complex in some people where it's like, because I'm doing it and it makes them uncomfortable, they hate me. There are people out there that I can only imagine hate me. I've had people say and do things like send me DMs and threaten shit to me that there's no way I would ever say to another human being. So they gotta hate me. That's like, wow.
It's like we're trying to go back to like the fucking 1600s or some shit where like everyone had to be perfectly composed and they could only take their aggression out in duels and shit.
Well, there was a reason that society was like that back in the day. And there's a reason why that kind of puritanical thinking remains today. It's our primate nature. Like, look, when somebody gets angry in the chimp troop, it's a problem for everybody. And chimps are very strong animals. And when, you take that kind of anger and emotion coupled with a lack of a fucking modern moral system and shit, and things can get out of control. And we have this like little switch in our head where when somebody starts fucking yelling and shit, everybody looks. And I think it's rooted in that. but I think it's deeper than that, because now it's gotten to a point where it's almost like a cathartic release for people to see other people have emotional outbursts because they don't allow themselves to. It's very strange, but it needs to go away. It needs to stop. Human beings are passionate animals. We get angry, we get sad, we get emotional, and those things are just as valid as anything else. And I've always been for the free expression of that shit. I've cried in front of you guys here. I don't know how many fucking times I busted out into tears here on this show. Not tons, but, there's a number of times where I've boo-hooed on the fucking show. I'm that type of person. I don't think emotional expression is a bad thing. I never have. What's good about being mad? When you're loud and screaming, you're not in control. That's not true. Number one, like that idea that somebody that is loud and assertive and even maybe yelling is not in control. If I wasn't in control, I'd be ripping my shirt off and tearing my eyeballs out and shit. That's not in control. Like, I'm perfectly in control when I'm yelling. I just allow my anger to affect what I'm saying. I don't completely swallow it and try and pretend I'm not angry. I let a little bit of that out with what I'm saying. But I'm completely in control of it. It's not like I'm opening my mouth and anger's coming out and I have no stopgap or valve or any kind of fucking intercessor in my mind that could stop it.
Yeah, it's like someone that has like uncontrollable anger is like breaking shit and fucking
punching holes in the wall, punching other people, hurting themselves. There's a number of ways that like actual uncontrollable anger expresses itself, and let me tell you, none of them are yelling at Ben Shapiro on the internet. None of them are getting salty at a Mortal Kombat game. But it's all there. A lot of it is wrapped up in this persona that people have. People go online and they create the them that they want to be real. A lot of people do. I really feel that this is the case. A lot of people take their failings and they try and erase them on the internet. In real life, for example, let's say I'm a meek person. On the internet, I might come off as overly assertive to compensate for that because it's an environment where it's not really real, so I can pick and choose. And I think a lot of people choose to portray themselves as these incredibly emotionally stoic people who, like, when somebody else freaks out, they're like, oh my God, look at this meltdown. Oh my goodness. Those people probably melt down in their real lives and are really, really trying to portray themselves as people who don't, because the internet allows you to do that.
It's a culture of judgment.
Yep.
One wants to judge everything.
Yep. And not only judgment, but like extraordinarily harsh judgment too. Yeah. You get mad, you're a salty fuck for the rest of your life. You have an outburst, that's all you ever do. Like it just literally, it's like a scarlet letter on some people. Now, I managed to maintain a level of fucking success doing what I'm doing because to a certain extent I know these things and I can let those kinds of things roll off my back. But some people just ain't built for that shit, man. You will get pushback on every fucking thing you say because the internet is where people go to make themselves feel important. So you'll get some level of pushback on every fucking thing you say. You come say the sky is blue and somebody will say it's cerulean.
Like, Facebook is the worst. Like, there'll literally be a cute animal video and people will be fucking bickering in the comments.
Oh yeah. People need to feel important. Like they have asserted some kind of correctness over another person and they need that in their lives because they never get it. In the real world, they never get that. On the internet, oh my God, every little fucking thing is a nitpick. Every little fucking thing. I'm a really emotional person, but I really wish I was less prone to anger. You got to work on it. I did. I used to be a way more believe it or not, way more hot-headed person than I am now. I'm a way more fucking chill person now than I ever have been in the past. I used to take how I was feeling inside poorly, and project that out into the world with anger. And, you know, at the very least now, I just acknowledge when I'm feeling poor. And when I feel myself getting to that point where I'm starting to snap at people, I get away. I don't let myself do it anymore. Roughly when do you think you chilled out? Not that long ago. I mean, like, it's a process. It's not like one day it was like, oh, I'm chill, you know? But I would say that I got to the point where I feel like I've got my anger under control a couple of years ago, 3-4 years ago maybe, where I really felt like, maybe not completely under control, but I've definitely got like a handle on my fucking anger, and I can find other outlets for it when it's not appropriate, you know? There's some days, like, people that have anger issues, there's some days we just wake up pissed. It happens to me. There's some days I just wake up and I'm mad at everything. I'm mad at the world, I'm mad at myself, I'm mad at my dog, I'm mad at the cat, I'm mad at everything. Got no reason to be, so I just I sequester myself when I feel that way, man. I don't let myself put people in the line of fire. And I was never, like, to the point where I would just scream somebody down to oblivion and shit, but I said some hot-headed and mean things in anger to people that I genuinely cared about and loved. And I don't want to be that kind of person anymore. And for the most part, I'm not.
You're also around a lot of also angry people, so it was more acceptable probably in your early life.
Well, I mean, I got an Irish family on both sides. So, you know, not to stereotype, but known as a hot-headed people. And so I was stewed in a very angry environment. I was raised in an environment where it was normalized for people to scream at one another. Anger is okay. When anger becomes not okay is when it's used as a weapon against other people for no good reason. Anger is justified sometimes. Passion is definitely justified. And despite what some people may think, the golden rule of if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, doesn't always fucking apply. Not every outburst is a misapplication of anger.
Out of control anger is like getting mad at someone for fucking like knocking something over accidentally or some shit.
Or stewing on something that a person did for days. That's the type of anger that I have. Like if somebody knocks something over, I'm just like, oh, whatever. You know, I've never been like, ah! But it's like somebody will say something or do something or whatever it is, and I'll sit and think about it for days. And it's like a little coal, and I get madder and madder about it. And pretty soon I don't even remember what it is I was mad about. I'm just mad at the person now. Like, at least that's the way I used to be. Now I can identify when that shit's happening to me and do a little bit to step, you know, in and out of it. Paul, it's actually refreshing to see you go loud and impassioned on these chuds. So many try to portray this pro image while I just want to scream at these peeps making our own vids. Dude, it makes me fucking want to shit my pants with grief thinking about being one of those like, hey everybody, how's it going? It's Paul's Ego here. Hey, make sure you hit that bell, subscribe if you like it, and leave a comment down below and let me know what you think. Like, I'd rather vomit my guts out than be that, you know, and so that you guys get this, and this is way less marketable. That's why I'm not a millionaire, you know, that's why I'm not even wealthy. But I make a living doing what I'm doing. There's enough people that would rather hear a person that actually speak. You think that one of the reasons Jimmy Dore is so hated, aside from his dumb takes, is that he's unapologetically angry in his critique of the Dems? Oh, yeah. A lot of the anger towards Jimmy Dore, especially during his like force the vote arc and the lead up to Biden's election and the aftermath, a lot of people's negative reactions to Jimmy Dore were because Jimmy Dore is a person that will be aggressive. Like he aggressively and passionately advocates his opinion. And so if you actually break down a lot of what people say about Jimmy Dore, you'll find the coded language of that critique in a lot of their critiques. Unhinged, meltdown, screaming match. You know, they'll use all this obsessed. They'll use all this really loaded language to make him seem like he's some kind of Google-eyed fucking psychopath, you know what I mean? Because he expresses anger. Absolutely. I think that a lot of the blowback that Jimmy Dore, at least initially got, was because of that. Because he presents as a person that doesn't fucking care about your feelings. And a lot of people don't appreciate that because they've been used to these types of content creators coddling them. They've gotten used to it. They've gotten used to being coddled in every social interaction that happens online. Every kind of transaction that happens between people online, if they're not coddled, they report a person or block a person or whatever. They can just make a person fucking disappear. So they've cultivated this little world where everybody acts just like they want them to, and they can't, like, some people aren't going to be pressured into dialing it down, like me, or like I assume Jimmy Dore. You know, I don't know the dude, but pretty sure he doesn't care when people say, like, oh, Jimmy Dore mad. And if you're not willing to do that or able to do that, then there's going to be people out there that are just never going to like you because you refuse to tailor your tone to what they want to hear. And those people are best just, like, ignored, in my opinion, or fucked on. One of the two. One of the stupidest things that I can think of is bitching about any kind of content on the internet. I gotta tell you guys, man, I grew up at a time where there were 3 fucking channels. 3 channels. One of them would have the Golden Girls on it. One of them would have some fucking soccer match or a football game or a baseball game. And one of them would have, like, fucking Cheers or some shit. And that was it. Tick, tick, tick. You know? Like... So to me, coming from that world, bitching about any content on the internet, taking the time to go like, I'm done with this, or you should do this. It's like, go find somebody that's already doing it differently. There's literally a billion people out there trying to be YouTubers, making every kind of content you can think of. If you need everything to be tailor-made to your little specification, well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's your fucking free time. Go watch what you want. You're in a better position than any human in history, bro. Literally. You have no idea what little bit of on-demand entertainment people had just at the beginning of my lifetime. In the 80s, especially if you were, like, not super wealthy, didn't have cable TV yet, which, you know, basically came out in the 70s and 80s. If you didn't have that, you had like 2 or 3 fucking channels to tune through. All of them showing reruns and shit all day long. So if you were bored with the 3 things you could check, you had to find something else to do. I can't even imagine having a billion infinite channels.
Like, I still remember the fucking DVDs in the mail that Netflix used to do.
Right.
You had to, like, actually pick something and commit to it.
Yep. And if it sucked, you were fucking screwed. But it's like now, you roll up on somebody's content, and you're like, man, this dude rubs me the wrong way. And there's a lot of people that are like, I'm gonna change him. It's like, no, just change the channel. Find somebody that's acting exactly how you want them to act and fucking watch that and enjoy it. I guarantee it's out there.
It's instantaneous now. It's not like you gotta fucking take the DVD out, fucking put a new one back in.
Yeah.
Bloop, bloop.
Yep. You know? It's not like you're just surfing through 4 channels worth of shit and... Like, I could see maybe being that invested back in the day when there was only 4 channels worth of shit. Because it's just like, man, I got no choice here. Give me one thing I like. But now? Oh my God, bro. So many people are just committed to this idea that they're going to change the way a person makes content. And, you know, what reinforces it is that there's a lot of, in my opinion, weak content creators out there who capitulate to it. As soon as these people see that they can be fucking successful in changing the way that a fucking artist or a content creator makes their content, Oh my God, man. It's like they're drunk with power. They got to move on to the next community and change that motherfucker too. And there's this roving fucking kind of amorphous blob of people on the internet that's what they're here for. They're here to go to somebody who's already doing something and make them do it a different way. I'm telling you, man. Everybody knows how to run an internet show. Everybody. I got to tell you, dude, every single person out there knows exactly how to do it.
I gotta suggest things that you 100% just have never thought of before, never tried.
Yep. But Paul, consider this argument. You fat, you dumb, I deserve whatever content out of you I please, and that's not entitlement, yeah. Good idea. What was actually thinking about commenting on Transformers, but I really should just start telling some of my own stories. There's nothing wrong with, like, critique. See, a lot of people think that leaving a shitty comment on YouTube is critique. I guess it's critique at its most rudimentary Stone Age level, if you want to get real fucking technical. It's like me watching a movie and you going, hey, what'd you think about that movie? And me going, it sucked. And you go and elaborate, and me going, it sucked. It just sucked.
I mean, no, I wouldn't even go that far. I'd say fucking YouTube comments are like throwing your popcorn at the screen or something.
Yeah, the actors can't even hear you or feel it. Yeah, picture bad. Sound bad. You know, it's just like, you can critique somebody's work and make a piece of work out of the critique. I love that type of shit. I love channels that are kind of dedicated to picking apart other channels. You know, making content that would normally be almost unwatchably boring interesting by cutting out the weird little idiosyncrasies in it. I love the transformative type of shit. That's critique. I love that. A YouTube comment has never in fucking history been a critique.
They're acting like they would fact check like the History Channel or some shit.
Yeah.
Are they the type too that send angry emails to the History Channel?
Some of these people probably are, or at least descended from them. I don't know if anybody sends angry emails to the History Channel anymore, but I guarantee you there was an era where they did it, and these were those people. Artists, writers should always strive for the abridged versions of their work simply because there's too many people with short attention spans. Don't agree. Don't agree, and let me tell you why. In fact, let me give you an example of how wrong you are. On YouTube right now, one of the most popular pieces of content that you can possibly make is also one of the most time-intensive, and that is these ultra deep dives. So there are people out there that have done 6-8 hour videos on the lore in Oblivion, or on the lore in Morrowind, or on the lore in Skyrim, or on the background fucking story and the whole story of the development of Diablo, or how a fucking, you know, David Lynch's Dune. There's a fucking like 12-hour mini series that somebody made on YouTube that each episode of it has over 1 million views, where they're explaining what David Lynch's basic ideas were and fucking, you know, and giving their opinions. You know what I mean? So these deep dive, like this type of shit, this whole like everything's abridged, do you know who that's popular with? Children. Point blank, period, point blank. The older you get, the less tolerant you get of everything being given to you in 10-second blurbs. So you've got to understand, there's this wide breadth of people that are using the platform, and everybody's going after the youth vote because you get them young, you get them for life. That's the idea. You cultivate a fan base now, and then when they're 30, they're still going to be paying you to do TikToks. It's very short-sighted.
Yeah, like even the fucking 30-minute episodes you guys do now is still considered like quote-unquote long form content.
In comparison to your average YouTube video, yeah. 30 to 45 minutes is long-form content. So, and I watch tons of these videos, and they have huge amounts of views. Just huge. Like I was watching a Morrowind deep dive by this guy named Patrician, I think is his channel name. And it's like an 8-hour video where he goes over every little aspect of the lore in Morrowind. And I fell asleep to that video for 3 or 4 nights straight. just like listening to different chunks as I would, you know. It's great.
That's the dirty secret of YouTube, is some people just have good voices, and most of their viewers are people falling asleep to them.
Dude, that's one of those things that I actually learned from who was it that I first saw do that? There's this dude on Twitch named Lethal Frag, and he's a way chiller guy than his name would imply. He's a dude that's got a very smooth, calm commentator style. He's not one of these guys that's uber performative. Every time he dies, he's throwing his controller and getting salty and shit. That sort of thing is what most people are shooting for, because that super animated thing. But he's the opposite of that. And I remember watching him a lot back in, like, when I first got into Twitch. He was the first Twitch streamer that I ever got into. He was the dude that got me into Twitch because his videos were so good to fall asleep to, because he was so calm, and he would, you know, he'd still make jokes and interact with his audience, but he was always he has a just very great tone of voice. And I remember somebody typing to him once, sending him like a cheer or whatever the fuck, and saying, "Hey man, I hope you're not offended by this, but I use your videos to fall asleep to." And I was one of those people too. And I thought, ooh, man, that's gotta, like, because you know, in my mind, this was before I was even making really content of my own that I took seriously. But, you know, in my mind, it was like, man, if I was doing a show like this and somebody told me that they fell asleep to it, like, and he was like, man, he was like, dude, thank you so much. He was like, that's great. He was like, one of the great things about my job is that I get to interact with people, I get to have fun with people, and I get to help people. And he's like, you're not the only person that's told me that, you know, these streams help you go to sleep. And I know there's probably a lot of people out there right now using it that way. And he's like, man, I appreciate every last one of those people. I'm really happy to help them. You know what I mean? And that, like, changed my whole fucking perspective. Because people will tell me that they fall asleep to these. Because, you know, there are some Highdeologies where I'm way more animated. It'd be probably harder to sleep to. But these ambient noise streams where, like, the train is going by and I'm never really raising my voice above this are fucking killer to sleep to. And I'll never be fucking offended by somebody telling me that they, you know, kick back and chill out and fall asleep to Highdeologies or whatever. That's cool, you know.
Do you ever fall asleep to infomercials?
Yeah. Oh my God, dude. When I was a teenager, that was the only thing that would be on at night. There would be 3 different channels with an infomercial on. And so I would fall asleep either to infomercials or Loveline, which was Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla on their radio show. They would do a late night radio show that was like racy, basically. They could talk about things they couldn't during normal hours or whatever the fuck. And so, yeah, I would fall asleep to infomercials on the TV or Loveline on the radio, probably for like 5 years of my life, I would say, from middle school through high school. That was my routine. I can't really fall asleep to music because I get too into it, unless it's real ambient music. Like, if I know the lyrics to it, I'll be laying there going like, I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I'm just like, fuck.
I have a harder time falling asleep to audiobooks than
my whole life, I've almost kind of needed it. I went through a period of time where I slept in like total silence, and it didn't help my sleep at all. Dr. Drew used to love telling people they had daddy issues, or maybe that was Adam. That was both of them. Bought Eisenhorn after hearing you talk it up on a Grease Trap. Great book. Thanks, Paul. Hey, man. Nice. Yeah, Warhammer 40K Eisenhorn. There's 3 books, 3 Eisenhorn books. They're all really good. So if you end up getting all the way through Eisenhorn, Xenos, which is the first one, and you like it, then there's 2 other ones. And all 3 of them are really good. But I think Xenos is the best one, to be honest with you. It's kind of like that with movies a lot of the times, too. The first one is the best one in a trilogy. Sometimes not the case, but...
we forgot about the Terminator marathon we were going to do. And we got through the first 3.
Well, that's because I know the cliff we're about to walk off, dude. You don't. You're a Terminator virgin, man. This is all you're fresh faced and doe eyed, looking at this franchise, going like, "Hey, these are pretty good movies." Man, they get bad. Oh man.
Dude, I fucking turned your whole opinion around, dude. I fucking
You
flipped
did.
your Terminator world upside down.
You did, because you made me watch Terminator 1 again. Like, I'd gone all these years not really watching Terminator 1 because I was like, why watch Terminator 1 when I can watch Terminator 2, the superior Terminator? Because that's the way I felt when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I actually went back and watched Terminator 1 with you, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this movie's amazing. And then we watched Terminator 2 like right after it, and I was like, T1's better. Like overall, just better film.
And then we watched Terminator 3, which you hated.
I hated when I was a kid.
Yeah.
When it came out, I thought it sucked ass. And we watched Terminator 3, and I was like, you know what? That's a pretty good movie. That was a pretty good flick. There's some really, like, memorable shit in T3.
Yeah.
I love that scene where, like, she reprograms Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's, like, trying to... And so he has to shut himself down by forcing himself to, like, go into, like, overheat, basically, by beating that car to death. Oh, my God, that was a crazy cool scene.
The truck.
Yeah, that truck scene. The truck front flip as a practical stunt. I did not know this. It was done first in Terminator 3, and it's done twice in that movie. There's twice in that movie that a practical full-size truck does the fucking front flip. It's a crazy good movie. Like, the stunts in it were really good.
See, that's what I'm hoping. If we keep watching, maybe they'll keep getting better than you remember they. No.
No. I was older when I saw some of these ones coming up. Dark Fate and fucking Terminator Insurrection or whatever the fuck. Oh my God, they just get bad. I honestly think that, like, I didn't like Terminator 3 for misogynistic reasons when I was a kid. I honestly remember my main criticism when I watched that movie, and I was probably a teenager when I watched it, being like, why'd they put a chick in it? There should have been a dude Terminator fighting the Terminator, you know? And I was just like, I remember thinking that. And then, like, that, as I, grew up, just morphed into, like, oh, yeah, I remember T3 kind of sucked. And I watched it, and I was like, wait, no.
We have two very different modes of watching movies. We either fucking nitpick every little thing, or we give it way too much credit that it's worth.
Yeah.
Like the fucking Final Destination movies, we've been very charitable.
Yeah, that's true.
Horror movies are probably the movies that you get the most fucking latitude to.
Because they can be simultaneously shitty and entertaining.
Yeah.
Like, say what you want about Final Destination, dude. Those are, like, pretty edge-of-your-seat type of movies, at least for your brain.
Yeah.
Like, they keep your brain constantly engaged. Like, what's going to happen next? How is this going to happen? That knife is going to fall and stab him. Nope, that was just a ruse. Oh, God, no, the gas is going to blow up. Nope, that's not it. It's like it's got a formula that, despite some of the cheeseball action and shit in it, it works. It works real well.
They could keep doing that for infinity, probably.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I haven't really watched any of the Purge movies, but I kind of want to try them out.
I thought the first one was right.
Yeah, I've heard that they're good, like, brain-off popcorn films or whatever, so I'm willing to give them a shot.
I thought the Hostel films are alright too, but I don't think you like that torture porn kind of shit.
It's not my favorite. I mean, I can watch it, but it's just not my favorite genre. I've seen Hostel 1. I've seen a couple of the Saw movies, We still need to watch Unfriended 2.
Oh, yeah. It was a pain in the ass. I think you had to, like, pay for it or something.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not going to pay for it. I'm going to wait for it to cycle around to HBO Max or some shit. But I'm keeping my eyes peeled. As soon as I can watch that motherfucker for free, for free on a subscription service, I'm doing it. I gots to see. Because, man, if you ask me the question, Paul, what's a horror movie that people have slept on? Unfriended. Period, point blank. I'm not saying it's the best horror movie ever made. I'm just saying it's a good fucking movie that people pooped on for no reason. There's a lot of, like, real, like, boundary pushing filmmaking in that movie. I've never seen a movie like it. I can't say that about. Yeah, like, yeah, one take from start to finish. The whole movie was filmed in one single contiguous take multiple times so that they could then go and piece it together. They did editing in post, so they used multiple scenes, with cuts and shit.
But the only way that it would
But
the actors is to do it all.
Right, but they were committed to having the actors experience the fatigue of what was going on because the movie takes place in real time. And so the actors, I actually read about this. They started it trying to film it in scenes, and the actors were having a hard time filming a scene where they were supposedly in the middle of this crazy arc, but they're sitting in the same clothes that they were just in, you know what I mean? And the sense of no time having passed for them, like the director was just like, fuck it, let's just film it. You guys do the whole movie. If you flub, just keep going. Don't stop until we get to the end. And they did that, I can't remember how many times, but it was an absurd amount of times. They filmed the whole film. And then they cut it up and used it. That's really cool. The movie is also made with the veneer of Mac OS X over it. I've never seen that in a movie. The whole movie takes place on the screen of a laptop and within the apps that were available at the time in Mac OS X. So iChat and iTunes and Skype, Notepad and Facebook and all of these things, like all the browsers, Safari and all that shit, right? It's a movie made in an operating system. Like, your perspective on the movie is not the invisible camera, the floating invisible observer. It is, you're looking at the laptop. Never seen a movie like it. No other movie has done it.
I don't know, the closest thing I think of is like Hardcore Henry, where it's like first person view the whole time.
Right, which was another movie that was pretty boundary pushing for the time. There's never been a movie that I can think of that was made entirely in the first person and made to look like one continuous take. I don't really care for Hardcore Henry that much. It's a little much for me, but it's still a movie that I like because it did something I never saw done before. And that's the same thing for that fucking Unfriended movie. I think people were just like so eager to poop on it because of the cheeseball name. And the premise. Yeah. You ever played a second person video game? Second person. So first person would be seeing through the eyes. Third person is seeing the whole body. What's second person? The terminology is descriptive. So first person, it just means you are the person. Third person is detached from the first person. What would second person be? You can blend third and first person. Like sometimes games have a mode where you can be in third person. No, this is not. We're talking about dimensions. We're talking about perspectives. First person perspective. Second person perspective, third person perspective. Like a choose your own adventure book? Sure. Well, that's kind of like that game that I just played. Yeah. I just started playing the Dark Pictures anthology. They just released a new one, but I haven't played it yet. But I just played the Man of Mandan or something is the first one. Man of Medan. That's what it was. And it's like a choose your own adventure novel with a third person perspective. You're not detached in the second person. You're seeing from an NPC's perspective, but you control someone he is looking at. Oh, is it because the second person is in the same world? It's like the third person camera is detached from the world. Yeah. The second person perspective is within the world still. So it's a character that, I don't know, man. This is starting to make my fucking bzzz. I'm starting to feel puffs of smoke come out my ears here.
That's just getting really technical.
I can't imagine an application for it. I kind of think I'm starting to get a concept of what's being talked about, but it's not functionally that different. But you don't control the camera's view. The pronouns are you, so the NPC refers to the user as you.
Why don't you come up with an example then?
Yeah, what kind of game? What game has been, because maybe I've played one and I don't know it. Like, what's a second, give me some examples of second person games, and because I can't think of one. Like, I'm having a hard, Zork. Okay. Is Zork a second person game? Because Zork is a text-based adventure where it's like you're standing in a field, you see a wrench on the ground, and then you type in pick up wrench, and it says you grab the wrench, and then you say head north, and it says you walk to the north, and you can hear water running. What do you want to do? Go west. You walk to the west and enter a small clearing. What do you want to do? Look around. There are flowers here. So is that's second person gameplay? That's super old school. That's like pre-graphical video games. And I have played them, yes. I played Zork and Return to Zork when I was a kid. They don't really make a whole lot of games like that anymore, do they? So it's like a game of D&D, where the DM is saying you walk into the room and you see a big giant orc standing over the body of a murdered villager. What do you do? So it's D&D is second person gameplay, I guess, right?
Like a nitpicky splitting hairs technicality thing. It's still concepts of a first person game.
But it's not. I get it. If there's it's just a strange niche perspective, but yeah, I'm starting to open up my mind to the idea of how it could be used in a more modern game and shit, and how it is used in some more modern games. They're blending, just like you can blend first and third person perspective, there's blending of second and third person perspectives that I can remember too. There was this game, what was it fucking called back in the day? Bastion, where it had this really cool feature where they had this narrator record like thousands of lines, and it would narrate what you were doing at certain points as you were doing it. So if you fell to your death, the narrator would, so that was kind of like a third person perspective or a second person perspective on the third person gameplay.
So would you say that Disco Elysium kind of straddles that?
Yeah, because the NPCs are talking to you.
Yeah.
So you are the second person. It's interesting to try and think about, like, as a storytelling device. I definitely see the comparison to choose your own adventure novels for sure.
It's like an exploration of a story.
Right. Where you have a narrator, a second person that's in the world with you that is helping you to describe it or see it in some way.
Like,
or
it's
seeing
not real choices. It's just like you choose the direction of like the order of the story.
Well, it's real choices, but within the confines of a limited amount of choice. So there's only a certain amount of fail states and a certain amount of positive states and a certain amount of things that you can actually do. Like in Zork, you couldn't go like, what's the meaning of life or whatever. It would just say, I'm sorry, I can't understand that or whatever. You had to get...
First-person game, it's like, you know what? I just want to kill everything.
Right. You can do it. Well, not in every game, I guess, but...
There's plot armor on some things, but...
Yeah, I like games that let you kill everybody.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I guess, in a way, Unfriended is kind of like a second-person movie.
Yeah, because, like, you're obviously not her, because like you can see her in her camera screen.
But you are her because you're looking at her screen.
Yeah.
Detached but not. There but not. Like the narrator in a Zork game. If you could kiss Thor or Iron Man, who would you choose? Which Thor or Iron Man are we talking about? We're talking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe Thor and Iron Man? Or are we talking about comic book Thor and Iron Man? Are we talking about the cartoon Thor and Iron Man? Like, what version of Iron Man and Thor stand before me? Comic book Thor and comic book Iron Man. Probably Thor. He's got that long, flowing hair. He could grab a fistful of mine. I could grab a fistful of his. Have a man kiss.
He could manhandle you.
Yeah.
Iron Man's got all that fucking suit in the way.
Yeah.
It's very comfy.
Yeah, that would not be. You're right. Oh, man. The weight of life just hit Paul all at once. Dude, you ain't fucking kidding, bro. Ugh.
It just really has been a never-ending cavalcade of shit for like the past 4 months for us.
I'm out of here. I'll see you later. Bye. Cavalcade of shit, but we've had our. It's been a rough patch. Just a lot of crap that's basically out of our control. Squeak, 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 squeak. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Tweet, tweet, tweet. I agree, Birdie. And furthermore, tweet, tweet, tweet. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Squeak, 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 squeak. Trying to have a whole conversation with my birds. I don't know if they are. These are the most expensive glasses I've ever owned in my life. By quite a margin. They are Gucci shades. Gucci shades. And they may very well be perfectly round. I don't know. You look like you're about to produce a hit record. Sick. Going for that Rick Rubin look, you know. Yeah, I did the aviators for a long time, and I was actually looking for another pair of aviators. I was just going to get another pair of Ray-Bans. I went to this sunglass outlet in Pismo, and they had so many cool designer glasses and stuff. I ended up spending like an hour in that store trying on different glasses with Amelia, and I kept coming back to these. I kept going like, man, I fucking love these glasses. I like the color on them. Like, it's kind of hard to see, but they've got like the Gucci green and red. So, and then they've got these little details like this. And then they've got like the Gucci cicada. Like all this little detailing stuff. I was like, man, I like these glasses so much. I would never have bought myself these glasses if I wasn't like a person that's good with glasses. Capitalist, yeah. Yeah, I know. I spent money on a thing, ergo, I'm a capitalist. If you weren't a capitalist, you wouldn't have the money to speak to me. I have not watched Squid Game, no. I really am adverse to having a Netflix subscription. I feel like the last time I had a Netflix subscription, I would open up the app on my TV or whatever. I would end up scrolling through like a bunch of movies and shows that I didn't care for or didn't want to watch for about half an hour, and then I'd switch to like Amazon Prime and find something. So like, I understand every once in a while like a good show comes out on one of these fucking different platforms, like you get a good show on Netflix, but I'm not willing to like subscribe to Netflix just to watch a show. You know, there needs, like, Netflix really needs to like expand its library beyond where it is, because I feel like it's outdone by HBO Max. I feel like it's outdone by Amazon Prime. Both of those, like, I guess movie collections that you can subscribe to are way better than Netflix. So Yeah, Netflix is definitely, a lot of these places are. If you go to these, what do we call them?
Streaming service.
Streaming services. Okay, yeah, I guess. You go to these, like, half of the shit you'll see is them throwing darts at the wall trying to see what sticks. Like HBO Max has got, I think it's like Showtime exclusivity, and Showtime does like, it's basically just cranking out like docu-series and shows. They're really like, every one of these streaming platforms is trying to throw a million different shows to see what sticks. And unfortunately, not much sticks, you know. You get something like Squid Game that comes along. It's like, clearly they probably had no hope that Squid Game was going to catch on the way it did, but it did.
They invested a shit ton in marketing that one.
Yeah, I guess so.
That was the one that they. It's like their next Orange is the New Black, probably in terms of popularity.
Yeah. Pretty much all of these channels are chasing something that they've already had. Like they created this show that ended up becoming this kind of like phenomenon, made them a bunch of money. Orange is the New Black is a good example of that. Like everybody 5-6 years ago was watching that show and talking about that show. And since then, you know, they really haven't had much worth speaking of. I thought Orange is the New Black was good up until a point, and then it started to get, you know, I just kind of stopped watching it because it started to get a little too.
I think, yeah, because I had seen the whole thing. I told you, like, to stop this season, it's fine.
So I liked the seasons that I watched of it. I thought it was a fun show, but it was already going off the rails when we stopped watching it. Sort of glorified prison, but not a bad show.
I mean, I don't think anyone is like, oh, I want to go to prison and be Orange is the New Black.
Some people probably did.
Yeah.
There were probably people out there that like don't have many friends and don't have much to do that were like, man, maybe I need to get locked up. It looks kind of fun off in there. Yeah, the Chernobyl miniseries on HBO was really good. I think like it was way stronger towards the beginning than it was towards the end. It kind of like doesn't have the greatest arc, but it still was interesting all the way through. I just feel like it lost a lot of momentum about halfway through. Still pretty good. Yeah, I feel like finding that golden ratio is kind of tough. Because a lot of these, like a lot of these docu-series that they're doing, they're hoping that it'll be like a big hit, but they just drag because they're trying to fucking keep you on the hook for 6 episodes. Get to it. Come on. Drop the shoe and let's actually get interesting here. So I feel like it's hard to find that, to like fit certain stories into the formats that HBO Max and shit are imposing on people. I watched the first season of House of Cards and then the part of the second season, and when it became like literal, like it just got ridiculous. Like I liked the show when it was all about like political intrigue and a little bit of skullduggery behind the scenes, but when it like escalated towards the end of the second season and beginning of towards the end of the first season, beginning of the second season, into like, not only is this guy like a crooked senator, but he's a murderer. Like he's literally just shoves people in front of trains and doesn't get caught. I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. Like it was really interesting watching him jockey all these political kind of connections and, you know, watch him change his attitude based on who he was talking to. It was really, like, I loved that show when I first started watching it because I really thought it was an interesting character study, and then it just went off the rails. It was like, yeah, he's not only a scumbag politician who will do anything, he'll literally do anything. He'll shove somebody in front of a fucking train. You know, okay. All right, buddy. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Adam Curtis's documentaries need, like, a remaster now. Like, a lot of those old documentaries that he made in the early 2000s, mid-2000s was, you know, they look pretty shoddy now. Could use a sprucing up. So I'd be cool with that. I'd be cool with like one of these channels making a deal with Adam Curtis to do like a refresher cut or whatever of his documentaries. I'd be down with that. Tiger King was good. That's just another example of like a docuseries that had enough craziness in it that they could give you little drips and drabs and keep you on the hook for the whole season, you know what I mean? Like, it was paced really well. But it was also like, it had to be like one of the most insane stories, you know, just stumbling on a story like that. Pretty crazy. But yeah, it was good. Yeah, I remember he was a figure. He was like running for president or some shit. Joe Exotic was. And I remember on DP, we covered like, he became kind of like a little meme. This was years and years before they did the series. He became like a meme because of the way he looked and talked, and he'd have, you know, he'd like do his presidential stump speech with a tiger sitting next to him. Well, so we covered him a couple of times on DP, I think, at least once that I remember. Way before it became a series. Do you think the woman whose chimpanzee mauled her friend should get a docu-series? It might be interesting. I mean, it's been covered, like the news story. Everybody knows all the details of the news story and shit, but you know, that's true for a lot of documentaries, like the deep dive look, getting like exclusive interviews with these people, and it could work. I don't know that it should be like a 8-episode series or some shit, but maybe like a 2 or 3 episode little mini series or whatever the fuck. Cover some of the other exotic animal accidents that have happened, you know what I mean?
It is so fucked up that, like, you got in trouble with, like, giggling over the audio of that, but, like, look at how many people laughed at, like, the Lorena Bobbitt thing.
I know. It was, like, I wasn't in trouble with anybody other than YouTube.
Yeah.
My fans, none of them were like, oh my god, Paul's gone too far or whatever. It was clearly just like a really dark joke. It was that audio over gameplay from a fucking N64 game, Ape Escape, and it just, you know, it tickled me. And that was only a problem to YouTube. YouTube consider that bullying, which, whatever. You know what I mean? Not how you can bully a dead woman, but yeah, it was a strike here on Highdeology. It was early on in DFF's kind of life cycle. Yeah, DFF got a strike right around the same time because we covered a news story about a rabbi that said that lab-grown pork was kosher. And that was flagged as like hate speech or some shit. Yeah, YouTube is crazy.
Your thumbnail on that might have been a little extra.
Maybe. Do you miss the more debate-based episodes of DFF? Debate-based? Like what? Give me an example. The tier list type of episodes? Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things that we don't want to do every fucking day, but those are fun. I don't see any reason why we won't do those again.
I think they just the most effort.
I don't know.
Like the versus episodes and shit.
I mean, there's a lot. It's effort in terms of us having to fucking like fill in a lot of blanks and shit, but it's fun. Like, all of us enjoy doing these like mock battles and shit, but it's just a matter of, you know, spacing those things out, I guess. Got my mini-sode done today. It's called Would You Eat It? It's covering some weird cuisine. I'm hoping we haven't covered it before. Like, when I was pulling it, I was like, have we done one of these before? I can't remember doing one, but
I mean, maybe in like the vein of like fast food.
maybe.
It's not fast food.
No, it isn't. It's just like weird cuisine from around the world. Ever think you'll return to a pre-recorded video style on your personal channel like you did in the old days? I gotta be honest with you, if you go back and look at my older videos, they were pre-recorded, but they were very much in the same style as I do this. Like, I didn't have a script. I would sit down in front of my camera and I would have an idea what I wanted to talk about, and I would record it and I would just put it up. So it was kind of like a Highdeology without a live audience and more focused and less, you know, kind of like randomly topical.
Yeah, it's not like you had like the editing suite or whatever.
Dude, I made all my movies in like Windows Movie Maker, but I was just like using my webcam recording software and a shitty like headset mic that I would sit on the desk and point the mic at me so that it would pick up my voice, and that's how I recorded back in the day. Like I would pull, like when I was doing video responses to people, that was the one that I put the most prep into, because I would go through their video and I would basically open a new tab for each timestamp that I wanted to hit, and then I would go and let them say whatever they said, and then I would respond to that, and then I'd move on to the next one. So it was like, that took a little bit of prep because I had to go through their whole video and find the salient points. But in terms of my actual response to it, that was all real time. Like I didn't script it, I didn't rehearse it. There were a couple of times maybe that I like would redo a video. Like I'd get to the end of it and I'd think, I could do that better, and I'd go do it again. But most of the time, those were one take Johnnies. No scripts. I never scripted anything. Other than there was a couple of videos that had like heavier editing in them and shit that were clearly like little skits. Some of that was scripted, but 99% of the videos on this channel are unscripted. Even going all the way back 10 or more years ago. Was what depression feels like scripted. You're talking about the window video? Yeah, no. So that was a collaboration between me and Beyond Fear. I was talking to her about depression, just like explaining depression to her, and she's like, you should just make a video. So I was talking to her about the voice that exists inside of the mind of a depressive that is constantly dragging you down. And one of the things that I was working on in therapy was my therapist had me saying those things out loud. He was like, say it out loud, put it out in the world so that it's not just rattling around in your head. You speak it, and let that inner voice have a voice, and it'll be easier for you to see how distorted that perspective is. And so it was an exercise that I was working on, and I was talking to her about it, and I did a little bit of it for her, just like privately, you know what I mean? And she was like, you got to do this. You just sit down and let that voice talk, and I will do like some visuals for it. And so that's what I did. I just like got off the call with her, recorded, just like did the exercise, which I'd been practicing for about a year. I did the exercise, which is to just like really focus in on that negativity and then speak it. And so no, there was no script to that at all. That was just the thoughts that run through my head, you know, or were running through my head at that point in my life. You know, at that point in my life, I had very different goals. I was in a very different place in my life, but the voice was very much the same. Anything that I was trying to do was undermined or attempted to be undermined by that inner negative voice. It's one of those videos that really goes to show you that like most people are capable of being way meaner to themselves than even other people are. You know, like nobody can cut you to the quick like you can. Nobody knows all your buttons like you do. And when you've got a disorder where your brain is kind of turned against you, turned against itself, you know, you can be spectacularly mean and uncharitable to yourself. And some people are, just for years and years. I know I was, still am to a certain extent. My counselor, he really had to work with me, because he told me something one time that I just fucking outright dismissed the first time I heard it. He was like, negative self-critique is a worthless waste of time and energy. And I was like, wait a minute. How do you even get better if you never critique your failings? How do you ever strive to be better than what you are if you never allow yourself to do that? And he said, why do you have to excoriate yourself in order to be better? Why can't you be charitable to yourself and say, I made a mistake and everybody makes a mistake, and going forward, I'm going to try my best not to make that mistake? Why can't you do that instead of endlessly reliving what a fucking bad person you are and endlessly talking down to yourself as if you can't escape that cycle of behavior or that cycle of regret? And it was a huge moment for me. Like, it seems really simple explaining it now, but I got to tell you, man, where my head was back in those times, this was like a revelation to me. Because it's true. He wasn't telling me not to try and better myself and not to note the things that I'd done in the past that were mistakes. He was telling me not to endlessly litigate those things. He would compare, because I was, during a lot of a huge chunk of our time together, I was also on jury duty. He would compare what I was doing to myself to a court case. And he was like, this has already been litigated. He's like, these personal tragedies in your life, these personal mistakes, these times you've hurt people, there's nothing left to be litigated in these things. They're already done. For you to continuously go back over those things and allow your mind to chew on itself over those things is utterly worthless. You're not learning anything from it. You're not, you clearly aren't gaining any better sense of how to avoid those things in the future. You're just playing the role of the prosecutor against yourself. Your job is to make yourself guilty, and so you sit and you think and you worry and you regret, and you sit and you think and you allow your mind to treat you like like you're a hostile witness, badger you on the stand. And he's like, and for what? For what jury? For what justice? For what judge? It's all you. And it was like, whoa. To me, that was just like revelation handed down from on high. It was one of the many things that he said to me that changed the course of my fucking life. Because it's so fucking true. There is a difference between noting the mistakes that you've made and going forward with a new resolve not to make those mistakes, and putting yourself on trial for your mistakes constantly and allowing all that negativity to creep in constantly.
There's nothing to be gained. There's nothing actionable by saying, oh, I'm an awful person.
No. In fact, he said almost that exact thing to me. He's like, what? Like, okay, so you're a bad person. You're an awful person. What is that? How does that change your day-to-day life or how you're going to move forward from this point? If you're an awful person, can you just not move forward? An awful person is done. If you're truly an awful person, you're wasting your time here with me. And I'm wasting my time with you. And you've pulled a huge fucking rug over my eyes, because I've got this illustrious fucking 35-year career doing what I'm doing with you. And I think I know an awful person when I see one, and you're not it. And I don't know. It was just a very interesting switch of perspective for a depressive. And that's where that video came from. An exercise that he taught me, which is, if you're a depressive especially, sometimes you can't control those thoughts. And so the exercise back then, and I don't have to do this anymore, was to speak it out loud in order to make that real world connection with what's going on in your head, because you get locked in like basically a fantasy world. Depression stacks. It's like you start with this baseline thing that you're depressed about. I was wrong to this person, or I made this mistake, or I fucked up a job, or whatever it is. And that's the incident, and that happened, and that's real. What depression does is it takes your analytical mind that looks at that and piles all of this shit on top of it. Blame, shame, fucking all of this stuff that's all basically just a rap sheet on yourself. Here's why I'm a horrible person, because this happened. I'm fucking stupid. I'm lazy. I'm incompetent. I'm never going to get anything done. I'm a dreamer that never fucking follows through. Whatever your mean mind says to you, right? And now it's so hard to actually drill down through those layers of shit that your depression has added on top of what was just a normal human failing. Every human being fucks up. Every human being says things they shouldn't. Every human being, is wrong at some point, makes a bad decision that has bad repercussions in their life. It happens to everybody. So that's what you're dealing with. Normal human experience, but a depressive has all of these layers of garbage that they have to drill through in order to even get to the real point. And so the idea of speaking that inner voice out loud is to put it in the world. And I'm telling you, man, it works. When you speak that shit out loud, you'll start to feel defensive of yourself. When it's happening in your head, very easy to get locked in. You speak that shit and you're like, what?
Writing it down too.
Yeah, that's another thing that I would do is just, you can, if that's how you prefer to do it, or if you're in a place where you can't, like, I'm a fucking failure and I'm a worthless human being and I'll never amount to anything. It's like it becomes so much easier to challenge those things when you speak it out in the world and make it real. Your brain has a way of, especially the brain of a depressive, elevating these things in your life. And when you speak it, you put it out there in the fucking real world, you can challenge it. It becomes real. It becomes an idea that you can go, wait a minute, I'm not a fucking bad person. Let's challenge that. How am I a bad person? Yeah, I've made some mistakes in my life, but look at this person that I was good to, and look at this person who I helped out, and look at this relationship that I've got that seems mutually loving, and look at how I am to my animals. Does that sound like a fucking bad person to you? How are those things erased by this mistake that, you can start doing that analytical thing. When you're just sitting in your head, being oppressed by your own voice telling you you're worthless and useless and you'll never amount to anything. You'll never fucking succeed at what you're trying to do. You'll never make it happen. You'll never make anything happen. Nobody's ever gonna love you, really. Nobody's ever gonna fucking, all these things they crumble at the barest amount of examination. That's a big lesson, Right, D? Where did I get these shades? They're slick. I got them at a Sunglass Hut outlet in Pismo. Outlet malls oftentimes will get stock that isn't selling at the premium outlets. Like these shades here, they're cool. Most people aren't gonna wear them. They've got a fucking slick brand behind them, but they weren't really selling at the original price. So you go to an outlet mall and you get them. I'm not a big brand type of guy. This is the only Gucci that I own. You know what I mean? I'm not the type of guy that would wear that, but I just really liked the way these shades fit me and looked. I mean, it is pretty ostentatious. For a pair of sunglasses, these are branded Gucci. So you can see the Gucci colors, the Italian flag, the kind of burnt umber and dark green. Gucci has these little tiny embellishments. There's a Gucci logo here. And then here on the earpiece is another Gucci logo, the cicada. Go to the premiere of House of Gucci rocking these. I should. How much were they? I actually can't remember. I will tell you that I paid more for these than I typically pay for a pair of sunglasses. And I was talking about this a little earlier. It's like, if I was the type of person to lose sunglasses all the fucking time or to break them all the time, I would never spend this type of money on sunglasses. But I'm actually really good with sunglasses. The first pair of aviators that I ever bought for myself, I bought when I was still working at Starbucks. And it was like a birthday present I bought for myself. And I had those aviators for like 10 years. A good pair of aviators will run you $150, maybe $180, depending on the lens size and the options you want to get and all that shit. And these were about, anyway, they're expensive. If I remember correctly, they're about double that. Amelia's got a bunch of like different sunglasses, right? That none of them, except for the pair that we got her the same day I got these, are very expensive. but they've lasted forever. So this whole like gas station sunglasses don't last thing, I don't really think that's true. I think some people are just hard on glasses. Like, I'm always aware of glasses because I don't want them to get scratched up, and because I've needed them my whole life to block out, I've always gotten like pretty severe headaches from like photosensitive headaches on bright days, or when I'm near concrete that reflects a lot of fucking white light back up into my face. Like, I've worn sunglasses since I was in middle school to deal with that. And so I've learned how to treat them. One of the problems with gas station sunglasses too is that a lot of them don't have UV protection. Every pair of expensive shades are UV rated. And that's super important if you're trying to block out some of the things that cause photosensitive seizures. A lot of them are just plastic lenses with no real protection on them. And they can actually hurt your vision, some of the cheaper ones, because the gradients they use are not proper or whatever the fuck, and you end up looking through something that's straining your eyes all day. These are crystal clear. Like, when I take these off, it just looks like it dims the world. There's nothing, you know what I mean? And that's what I like. That's why I spent, I've always spent a little bit more money on sunglasses, because that's the difference. There's no weird artifacts. There's no weird, they're very good at like blocking the rays that I need them blocked.
You don't buy a goddamn thing for yourself usually, and to fucking strong arm you to.
Yeah, you remember we were walking around in there, and I tried on a bunch of sunglasses, and there was a few pairs that I really liked, and then I was like, well, yeah, I don't really need this type of sunglasses, I was trying to talk myself out of getting a pair of sunglasses for myself, even though I did need a pair of sunglasses because I was wearing yours.
Yeah.
I was wearing an extra pair of your sunglasses. So that is the definition of I need a new pair of my own sunglasses, and you had to fucking like literally twist my arm to get me to buy a pair of sunglasses that I liked. I'm happy for that in myself, to be honest with you. I gotta say, like
you're the same with shoes.
Yeah, I won't buy a new pair of shoes until the shoes I have are literally falling apart on my feet. Holes in the bottom, and even then, I've still got my old pair of shoes. I just cut the backs out of them, made slippers out of them motherfuckers. They're too comfy. Like, in 10 years, I've had 3 pairs of shoes, and 2 of them I bought for myself. One of them was a gift from Scotty. Dude, that is one of my favorite Scotty stories, man. It really reveals, like, the type of person that Scotty is. Like, behind the scenes and behind the personality and the persona. My ex and I had just moved from Texas to Washington State, and we were real poor. We were not making a lot of money at the time, and we were just barely getting by. And I had a pair of shoes on my feet that was, this is all I had. It was my one pair of shoes, and they were old Airwalk shoes that I had bought 8-9 years before at that point, and they were just basically falling apart. And Scotty knew that, like, a lot of rain, a lot of puddles, snow and stuff happens up there. You gotta have a good pair of shoes. And so he saw what I was wearing on my feet when we got there, and he saw what my ex was wearing on her feet. Not much better, you know what I mean? And he was like, come with me, guys. And he took us straight to the mall, and he took us straight into the Timberlands outlet. And he was like, I want you guys both to pick out a pair of Timbs. And he bought us both a really nice pair of boots that we could wear in Seattle and not get our feet wet and stuff. And that, just out of the goodness of his heart. Scotty's got a thing about that. I remember Scotty talking about somebody else's shoes falling apart on their feet. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I think it was Cody Weber. There's something about that with Scotty. It must have been something in his upbringing where it's like and I think it's true. You look at a person's shoes, you can kind of tell how they take care of themselves, I guess, maybe. But he just saw that we didn't have the money, and he knew that I wasn't going to be like, hey, could somebody buy me a pair of shoes? I was just going to tough it out with my fucking shitty shoes. And yeah, my Timbs need a good cleaning. So I'm going to need those where we're going for sure. Those are going to serve me well. But a pair of Timberlands, dude, I'll tell you what, I'll have those boots the rest of my life.
Yeah.
They don't wear.
All you really gotta do is hose them down, honestly.
They literally, like, I might have to replace the insoles in them at some point because those will fucking get funky. But, like, I'm talking about the actual structure of that boot. I will have them until the day I die. I picked out a pair of black Timbs. I can't remember what my ex picked out. But we got nice, both of us got a nice pair of boots. I got the all black Timbs. And they are just fucking rock solid, dude. Yeah, I've never had a pair of Timberlands or otherwise a pair of boots really at all. So, having that. Scotty does not come across as a nice and kind person on the show. I think that's a shame that you don't see that in him. Scotty's not maybe your typical nice and kind person. I think all three of us on the show are assholes to a certain extent. But Scotty's got a big heart. And here's the thing. If you do right by Scotty, Scotty is going to do right by you. He's that type of person. If I was a piece of shit or lazy or Scotty didn't believe I was adding any value to the fucking podcast and he thought I wasn't putting my heart and soul into it, he wouldn't have gave a fuck about me, probably. You know what I mean? But he saw that I was working really hard and he saw that I was struggling and he was happy to help me out, which was very nice of him. Scotty for TJ's Veep. Yeah, dude. Kirk 24. I'd vote that ticket. I'd vote that ticket because I believe it would genuinely be the heralding of the end of the world. Yes.
TJ's fun, but world leader he is not.
Oh. If you're an accelerationist like me, TJ's the perfect president, man.
I think if you were president, you would just would it be the race to get impeached?
Definitely be impeached. Whether they'd actually succeed in getting me out, though, that's the question. I'd give them something to fret about, though.
I just want, a president, that just, pushes the boundaries of everything. Everything gets challenged in court, everything fucking...
Dude, imagine TJ giving a presidential address at the Resolute desk, and his gut is going up and down because he's moving his legs. All right, time for another one of these fucking things, I guess. Anyway, hello, America. It's TJ, your supreme fucking goddamn motherfucking leader. All you bitches bow down. It'd be like, oh, fuck yes. Mwah. Heard a lot of people bitching and whining and shit. Oh, no, TJ not doing enough. Oh, TJ not doing enough. Shut up. Shut up. I'm doing everything I can, goddammit. Fucking idiots. You try doing this fucking shit. See how fucking well you do, you dumb fucks. I want everybody to shut the fuck up. I'm signing an executive order right now. Right now. Here's the pen, motherfuckers. Everybody has to shut the fuck up. Executive order sign right there. It's now law. Shut up. Quit bitching. Sick of it. TJ'd be the best, dude. Be the worst best president. The three of you have too much baggage to be president. The press would slaughter you. I would agree with you if Donald Trump hadn't been president of the United States. I don't even really know how you could make that fucking statement, bro. Before Donald Trump, I would have been like, oh, yeah, dude, there's no fucking goddamn way. But, dude, Trump proved that you could pretty much literally do anything and still get in there. The old rules have changed, man. The banana. So, Trump literally was dogged by rumors that there was a pee-pee tape out there, you know what I mean? Of him being peed on by our underage Russian prostitute. Didn't hurt him at all. He never even denied it. He just was, kind of like Trump never went on the defense. He was always on the offense. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, he had literal accusations of rape against him. And forced abortions.
Yep. Tons. Yeah, dude, he was an Epstein bro, the whole nine. Like all of us, everybody's got baggage or whatever, but like nothing compared to that baggage. Trump just is nothing but baggage. He managed to get in there. Yeah, Trump didn't play the false nobility game that a lot of other politicians play.
Which is weird because, like, right before that, Newt Gingrich got fucking shamed out of the running for divorcing.
Yeah. And then they picked Donald Trump. It just goes to show you that Newt Gingrich failed himself because he tried to paint himself as this super righteous dude. Trump just owned it. He had no choice. His whole fucking image before this was like, I'm the billionaire playboy of New York. You know what I mean? You can't hide from that later. And I mean, he did a little virtue signaling to the religious right and shit, but he just owned it. Well, time for me to go. I'll see you guys later. Well, look who it is here. Well. Got a nice fire going. My first fire of the chili season. Fire is right there. Anyone make a Sonic mod and replace me with Eggman yet? No. His name is Dr. Robotnik. Okay? Say it with me. Dr. Robotnik. All right? You're not a little Japanese kid. It's not Dr. Eggman. Okay? Dr. Robotnik. I use the two names interchangeably? No. You stop. Stop that now. His name is Dr. Robotnik. Don't dead name him. That was his Japanese name. I have fond memories of the Sonic franchise all the way through Sonic CD, which was the pinnacle of the franchise. Sonic CD was the best of the best. And then after that, it started to suck. Sonic never translated well to a 3D environment. No, he didn't. But they kept trying to make it that way. Hello, baby.
Started a fire?
Got a little fire going out here. Knock the chill out of the air.
Yeah.
I woke up this morning and I was really depressed about having to move back into like a fucking apartment or a townhouse or some shit before we can get another house. And I was just like, man, and rather than be depressed about this shit, I'm just gonna do some of the things that I'm not gonna be able to do. One of them is start a fucking fire whenever I want. I just wish there was a way for us to move directly to a fucking place that we own, so I could be done with this landlord shit, done with fucking having people living right on top of me, done with people telling me what I can and can't do. It feels like such a fucking step backwards for me. I understand that it isn't, but it just sucks. I was looking forward after that long fucking arduous, ridiculous move to a couple of years at least where we didn't have to fucking be scrambling and moving again. And it just all blew up in my face. You should live with TJ. No. Been there, done that.
Yeah, let's go back to Louisiana.
I'm telling you.
We're so depressed about step backwards, and like, why don't you go even more backwards?
It's not even a step backwards. We're moving to a really nice place, and it's going to be, better than it is around here in a lot of ways. So it's not a step backwards, but like, yeah, dude, I would never fucking go back to Louisiana. You got to be joking me, bro. I'd go live under a fucking bridge before I went back to Louisiana. I'd go to fucking Kansas and live under a bridge before I ever went back to fucking Louisiana. Shouldn't drag him kicking and screaming out of the swamp for Chelsea's sake. I mean, she's got more control there than I do, dude.
Yeah.
Is it the culture? No, it's just everything. I gotta tell you, dude. You know how like everybody feels like everything's getting slightly worse everywhere else? Like, most people that I talk to, if they lived in a place for a few years, are like, man, it's getting real fucked up living here. Well, multiply that by 100. And that's basically where Louisiana's at.
It's already off.
Yeah. It was shitty before things started to get crazy, and now it's real shitty. It's literally sinking into the fucking ocean.
Yeah.
Dead ass serious. We're just at the back end of one of the hottest summers I've ever lived through in this area. Multiple months where it was basically 100 degrees every day. And I would take that fucking every time over a Louisiana summer again. At least when it's hot outside here, you can walk out into a shaded area and smoke a cigarette and go back inside and not be drenched.
Yeah.
You walk outside in Louisiana, sit down, you light your smoke, and by the time you've taken 2 puffs, your shirt is wet. Fuck that shit. That's just one aspect of it. See, this is necessary for me. I've got to contextualize this move to make it seem more like what it is. It's not a step backwards. It's a step towards being somewhat stable. And we've upgraded from Louisiana to California. Found that California was not quite stable enough, and now we're going somewhere else. That's really what's happening. Vermont is alright. Yeah, well, that's where we're going, so. Wish I could be a little more nomadic. I want you to keep in mind that unless you have a very specific set of circumstances, you can be. Like if you're a parent and you've got kids and maybe you're divorced and there's something, you can't have the kids fucking traveling across the country every 2 weeks or whatever, that's understandable. But if you're just single and you feel like, oh man, I'm stuck in the middle of fucking God, nowhere, I hate it, I fucking want to move. The truth of the matter is that every day people in worse positions than you pick up their shit and move to a new place. That's one of the things that most people don't understand is that you don't have to fucking especially if you're here in America, you don't have to live anywhere you don't want to live. If you're willing to make fucking sacrifices and you're willing to live lean and you're willing to save up money and do it right, you can fucking move to whatever state you want to be in.
We're choosing to bring some of our shit, but you can do like I did when I first got with Paul. I had 2 suitcases, or I had a car full of shit.
Yeah. Basically what could fit in your car.
Yeah.
What about your job? Sometimes your health care is tied to that. I mean, look, dude, I didn't say it was an easy thing to do. I never said it's easy to pick up your life and move it, but there are other jobs that provide health care in other states. And it's all about what am I willing to sacrifice? How much do I really hate it here? That's the real question that holds most people in place. It's not I can't do it. There's a lot of I can't excuses, and some people maybe can't. I'm not saying that everybody's in a position, but I'm telling you, man, as you sit there hating your life, as you sit there hating where you live, somebody in a worse position than you is picking up their shit today and moving it to a different state.
Or maybe it's just the town you're in that state that sucks. Maybe there's another town.
Yeah. Within the state you can move, without you can do it. It's doable, trust me. That's one thing that I haven't gotten used to yet is job applications are all online based now. But that makes it easier to move. You can fucking apply for 1 million different jobs in the area you want to fucking work in and make the move, The only things I like about my state is that my only 2 friends live here. Making new friends in a new area for a guy my age is rough. I didn't say it was going to be easy. It's just that there's a lot of people that I think feel like they're stuck where they're at, and they aren't. It's just they're not willing to make the sacrifices that they would have to make to not be where they're at. Good, bad, right, or wrong, it's up to you to decide that shit, but I'm living proof that you can fucking bounce all around the country. You gonna go warm your buns, Z? I think I'm gonna go warm my buns for a minute. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. My buns are getting toasty real quick. This is a good fire. I done did good with this one. We're taking this fire pit with us.
Yeah.
For sure. Getting rid of this fire pit would be a stupid idea. It would be like an admission to me that we're never going to live in a place where I can start a fucking fire again. and thus never gonna need this cool handmade fire pit. Man, that feels nice. It's nothing quite like warming your butt on a fire. For me, at least.
Yeah.
Warming them buns up. Ah, toasty butt cheeks. Have you ever singed your buns? I mean, I've gotten a little too close and like singed my pants before, you know? But I've never gotten a full singe on my buns. I protect my hot cross buns, you know what I mean? There's not much ass back there, so I really gotta warm those little lumps of flesh up, you know? If I had a big old blub of gumptious ass, I feel like it would insulate itself. But it's back and crack back there, man.
There's been some nights where like you laid down and your butt was literally an icicle.
Yeah. Because there's no padding back there. It's just flat. Just a little bump. Little booty bumps. I got a little bit of fucking fat back there. Maybe you should get a silicone pillow installed. I could get like a Nicki Minaj ass, I guess. But something tells me that those don't like warm up like fat does. I bet those, like when you're cold outside and shit, them silicone implants just make you colder.
Or they get a little stiff.
Yeah, they start to get like they're turning from a liquid to a solid.
Can go wrong so easily.
Yeah. Not worth it. Maybe I'll have them move some fat from my gut to my ass.
That also goes wrong.
Does it?
Yeah. It's like the Brazilian butt lift or whatever. I think you got enough butt to get by.
Just barely. If I had been given a sliver less ass, it would be a problem. I'd have to wear padding back there. In fact, I probably would benefit from wearing some padding back there now.
They got like padded underwear.
Isn't that for like pooping yourself though?
No.
Is it to make your
Makes
bank
your
look
butt
bigger?
Yeah.
Got a small waist, pretty face with a big bank. Dude, that was a meme for so fucking long. I got stuck watching that big bank meme shit. There were so many like college age chicks that were just showing off their asses for free. And it was just like, okay. Something about that shit. Something about those like repetitive memes where you're watching one person do the same thing that the person before did. I don't know what it is, but I can't deny that like it wasn't even like sexualized. It's not like I was sitting here like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. It was just like, there's an ass. That's another ass. That's an ass. Yep. Oh, small waist, pretty face with a big bank. There it is. Yeah, I mean, most memes would be improved by including some ass in them. So I got to give that meme props, you know. At least there was some booties in it. And then, like, I watched it for a couple of days, long enough to see it morph. Like, it started out with just chicks doing they would start out showing the front of them, and then they'd turn around and make their ass jiggle. And then some of them didn't have a big ass. And so they would turn around and edit it to where it said small waist, pretty face with a little bank. But that's okay, because here's my friend. And then somebody with a big fat ass would come in. I was like, whoa, magic. Right, college age. I mean, I assume. Who knows? It's another dangerous thing about the goddamn internet. That's who fucking knows. Shit was on YouTube, though. Don't blame me. I didn't put it up there. I didn't put the big banks up there. I was just perusing. Just perusing what was on offer on the YouTubes. All of them had the TikTok UI. So you could tell somebody was just like moving them over from TikTok too. Big bank takes little bank. Yep, that's the way it works. I just feel cheated when it comes to my butt. I see dudes all the time that got these big, voluptuous bubble asses.
Well, it's because you're Irish. Irish are not known for big butts.
Why not, though? Why can't we get an ass? What about the Irish people and where we grew up made our asses shrink down to two little lumps of coal in our pants?
I guess potatoes aren't conducive to big asses.
You would think they would be. It's all starch and carbs and shit.
It doesn't have like those healthy fats or whatever.
A moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. Yeah, we just have a pair, like that's all us Irish people have is a pair of withered potatoes back there.
Like, what do they eat in Brazil that's different? They all have big asses.
Sweet googly moogly, whatever they're putting in the water in Brazil. Holy cannolis.
So you gotta eat whatever fucking Brazil eats.
So we gotta fucking reinstate the plan to move to South America because that's where they're making the big asses.
Yeah.
Just so I can get a little bit more than a withered potato back there. I gotta get myself a little Brazilian ass, you know what I mean? I gotta go over there and eat lots of meat. I wonder what it feels like to have a nice big fat ass to sit on, you know what I mean? I really do. You really showed that dog, D. Fucking fart of humanity. Always got to ruin every goddamn fucking thing for me. I want to live on a nature preserve where people aren't allowed to fucking trim their lawns and shit. Live on a prairie restoration or some shit where I don't have to hear this fucking god-awful noise. I hate that sound. You want to trade asses with me real quick? Can we trade asses just for a day? I want to know what it's like to have a big voluptuous booty.
I don't know if mine's big enough to like count.
Trust me, it would be a massive upgrade to what I got back there. You know that. You know that for sure. Yeah, like Freaky Friday, but the butt edition. Make wearable booty pads. See, here's what I'm afraid of, though. I get something like that, right? And then it's going to look like I'm wearing a diaper. People are going to think I'm wearing a goddamn diaper around. It's not going to look like a normal ass.
You just gotta get like a super nice one. Get your butt laser measured.
Yeah, have it installed on there. Like a wig for my ass. Perfectly made for my contours. Then it would be a pain in the ass to poop, though.
You can still take it down as long as it's like perfectly measured.
I guess.
Go right back on. It'll settle in exactly where it needs to be.
I guess so.
Probably don't even have to go that crazy. You just have to fucking like make one of those molds of your butt, and then they just have to cut the foam.
Well, they could even skip that. I'll just give them a flat board. There's the mold. I'll make it a butt.
There's probably a lot of booties you see out there that are fake as hell.
You think?
Yeah. Some of them just look improbable.
I feel like the reason that we're seeing more of those booties now is because like these tights.
Yeah, the leggings.
That shit just was not happening back in the day.
Yeah.
You had to fucking get a girl's pants off to see that booty, and now all you have to do is imagine that the fucking shit, it's just hanging out there. I just think there was more bootyliciousness out there than everybody gave credit for, and now we're living in the era where we get to see it. But it makes people like me feel inadequate, you know? I got no booty.
I fucking hated the 90s thing where it's like the pants were like almost down to the pussy or whatever.
Oh yeah, the lowrider pants, yeah. Well, that was in response to the 80s where the pants were up here, up underneath your tits. You know what I mean? They just can't decide where they want to put that fucking waistline at.
Yeah, I remember like one of the teachers was like giving out like a t-shirt as like a raffle thing. We're all like, that's too small. It's like, no, it's not. Not if you have pants up to here, it's not too small.
Yeah.
Like everyone was basically wearing crop tops but fucking had pants.
They were like up under their armpits. Like, do those tights, do they just look like straight things, or do they have like a whole booty pocket in them? They have to have a booty.
Depends.
They probably have to have a booty. They have to have some kind of seam that goes up under the crease of that ass cheek to get it
There's
hanging out there like that.
fucking like booty contouring leggings. songs.
Yeah.
The cheap ones, like, you know, you get some more definition, but you're not getting, like, the in-between definition. I mean, if you put on leggings, you probably...
Think it would up my booty factor? I wanna disappear. I'm feeling that song today. I wanna disappear. Reality would be way more tolerable if you could just nope out and disappear every once in a while. Dude, all NXS songs were catchy. Devil Inside, I think My Kind is the name of that. NXS just made nothing but catchy songs. I wanna disappear.
I'm always very picky with Manson. I only really like 3, maybe 4 of his albums.
That's a lot of albums to like. It's not too picky for Manson. It's about the amount of albums of Manson's that I like, honestly. I don't like his super early shit. I like Antichrist Superstar. I like Mechanical Animals. I like Hollywood. And maybe like Pale Emperor, maybe. And that's about it. Manson's pretty much lost me at this point. Especially now that he's dressing in a white burqa and praying with fucking Kanye. TJ pretends that he likes his newer stuff. I don't think. I mean, like, how do you make that determination about somebody? He doesn't like it. He just pretends he likes it. Like, how the fuck you know that?
Some people get attached to just like the artist's whole thing. Other people get attached to certain songs the artist does.
Yeah.
It's not that complicated.
I've always kind of been the latter type of person.
Yeah.
Like there are certain artists that I really like, and you know, I get excited when I hear they've got new music because they routinely put out music that I like, but I'm not, if they suck, I'm okay with saying they suck.
It's like with movies too. Some people just like certain movies, some people like a whole repertoire.
It's true. You know, you live in the middle of a prairie. You're just blowing dirt around on the prairie, bud. Don't tell these people that.
Oh, there's a leaf. What are we gonna do about a leaf?
Sit there and blow it for fucking 30 minutes. He hasn't moved. He's just standing in the same zone, blowing dirt around in an area that's built on a big fucking dirt. It's nothing but dirt. The next time the fucking breeze blows, it's just gonna blow that shit back. Turn it off. I should go counter it. I should get a leaf blower and just blow dirt back at him while he's blowing it. I'm sorry, just blowing the dirt around on the prairie like you, motherfucker. Dueling leaf blowers.
Some people are fucking anal about that shit. Like, fucking everything has to be spotless. Everything has to be in its rightful place.
There's a gradient for sure. I would put us somewhere in the middle. There's like the dirt bag gradient where it's like your house is just completely filthy all the time and nothing makes any sense. And then there's the anal gradient where everything is like, it looks like you're walking into like a museum or a movie set or something. And then we're right there. We're right in the between those two. A little bit dirt bag, a little bit of organization, just enough to get by right there. That's about how much time I feel like is worth devoting. Not only pointlessly blowing dirt around in a circle, but as you can hear, that's a gas engine. So using an irreplaceable and dwindling resource to blow dirt around on the prairie. And this is one person. I want you to think right now about how many people in the daylight areas in the United States are doing that same shit. Blowing a leaf from one place on the ground to the other, and then as soon as they walk away, a little gust of wind blows it right back.
I don't know, some people just can't let fall happen. Like, fall is like their worst nightmare because they have to blow all the leaves.
Leaves! Dirt isn't a dwindling resource, Paul. I think you need to look up topsoil and look up the Dust Bowl. I love it when people just without thinking. Dirt is a dwindling resource. Usable fucking topsoil, dwindling.
Yeah, like fucking, if we look at like ours, you try digging a hole in our fucking yard, it's like a fucking wall.
Yeah, no, it's hard pan.
Yeah.
All the topsoil has blown off. And we live on hard pan now. I love examining sometimes the stupid things we do as human beings. Just a guy standing in the middle of a fucking literal prairie, polluting the air, wasting a dwindling resource to accomplish nothing. Newsom signed a bill banning all gas-powered tools by 2023. Yeah, just in time for me to leave California. Thanks, Gavin.
Maybe be better if like everything didn't have a fucking timeline of like 5 years.
Well, that it's by design, so that somebody can come along and repeal it before it goes into place. Just too much hardship
Or
on.
just like, let's stop funding in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Fuck this 5-year timeline, 10-year timeline shit. Either do it fucking right that second or don't do it.
Word.
Like, you see China, they can fucking build ginormous bridges in like a fucking year.
They just do it.
Yeah.
They don't wait around for the perfect time to do it. They just fucking get it done. I feel like America used to do that. But
When I was in Louisville, it took them like months and months just to repaint a bridge.
oh yeah, it's a huge fucking deal. Just shut it down, do it, and reopen the fucking bridge. No. Too much disruption. It's like...
Yeah, let's just have a giant traffic jam for 6 months.
Yeah.
That'll make it better.
Yeah. There's no disruption inherent in that. Having a piece of your fucking transport shut down effectively for 6 months while people fuck around. That's America for you, though. Ain't that America? There's a lot of contractors right now leaning on their fucking shovels on a job.
Yeah.
And watching the money go up. It's part of the game. Get paid to do shit. Why do we have a death urge? Because we're living in a system that doesn't a lot for our humanity. That's why. I don't blame us.
I had a horrible dream last night that you'd gotten Botox. Looked so horrible.
It's so crazy, babe. But I was gonna wait till after the stream to tell you, but I booked a Botox appointment. Got these bags under my eyes, see? Just want my face to look swollen, like. See, that's the thing that it's one of those things that I don't like. I guess people are people, and they're gonna people feel different things when they look in the mirror at themselves. But I gotta tell you, dude, the older I get, the more I like the way I look. The laugh lines and the creases and stuff. It's like I don't know. I like it.
Character.
My face has got a little character. I've lived a little bit of life, and it shows on my face. You know what I mean? So I guess I lucked out because it seems like a lot of people feel the opposite. Signs that I've lived. No! Inject my face with paralytic poison. Hey, everybody. Don't I look smooth and young? Never mind the fact that I can't move my upper lip anymore. And my eyes look constantly surprised. That's just the Botox. But don't I look young? No, you look like an old freak that got a bunch of Botox injected into your fucking face, bro, but whatever. I don't gotta look at it every morning, so I guess it's up to you.
Yeah, it's like they're literally called laugh lines, and you're like, oh, signs that I've laughed?
Yeah.
Get rid of that.
These, I mean, each one of them has their own name, but like all of these are considered laugh lines. Like that's the general term for them. I've loved, I've lived, I've laughed, and it shows on my face. Quick, inject me with poisonous botulinum. I'm young again. It's like, no. I swear to God, dude. It's getting to the point where the whiteness of people's teeth is starting to feel like a salt to me. It's one thing to have good dental hygiene, good on you. It's another thing that when I meet you and you open your fucking mouth and my fucking pupils have to turn to pinholes just to look at you. Wing! Frozen face. Unnaturally white fucking teeth that look like toilet porcelain. I didn't say there was anything wrong with white teeth. I'm talking about these motherfucking glowing, pure white, bleached ass caps that people are getting on their teeth to cover up the fact that they've got a little bit of age on them.
It's what? You enjoyed food in your life and it stained your teeth? Fucking horrible.
You drank a few hundred cups of coffee in your time. Yeah, that fucking, like, urinal white. Got a mouthful of goddamn polished chiclets. What's going on? I don't know. Maybe I'll feel different as I start to get really older, you know? But I really don't think so. Like, it's been a real trend for me. Like, in my 20s, I hated the way I looked. I was constantly trying to do different things to make myself look different. Grow my hair out, cut my hair, shave my hair bald, grow a goatee, grow a fucking mutton chops, shave all that off, get a really crisp haircut. You know what I mean? I was just always fucking trying to rearrange things on my face because I hated the way that I looked. And I don't feel that way in my old age. I'm not like, damn, you're looking good or anything, but I'm not like, oh.
You're not like blacking out the mirrors of the house.
Oh.
Cover them
Averting my eyes when I brush my teeth. I was never that bad, but I'm just saying, like, I was always very, like, self-critical of my appearance, like, to a major fault when I was younger. And I still am, you know, I still poke fun of myself. But
You do look better than when you were younger.
thanks.
Like, I probably wouldn't have dated you when you were my age.
Poor younger Paul. Older Paul feels great about that, but the young Paul inside of me just went like, ouch. But you didn't like my John Wayne Gacy phase?
No. I didn't like your mutton chops. I don't think they worked.
They didn't. I mean, trust me. They worked better than some mutton chops that I've seen.
I didn't like your frosted tips either.
No? You weren't a fan of the frosted tips? Who would have thunk? Dude, them frosted tips, though. That was all the rage back in the day. It wasn't even really frosted tips. Like, frosted tips are when they go in specifically and make your hair, like, transition to a lighter thing.
Yeah.
This was just us bleaching our hair and then letting it grow out and getting normal haircuts until eventually it looked like you had frosted tips, you know?
Couldn't afford to do that.
Hell no. Not a single person I knew had actually frosted tips. They just made a horrible decision to, like, self-bleach their hair. There was tons of that back in the day. Bad bleach jobs. And you had to look like a fucking ghost for, like, 2 weeks until you started to get some hair, you know? And then you had some frosted tips going on. Then you started looking cool. Yeah, the homegrown organic frosted tip. You know when frosted tips got really out of control in my mind? Is when dudes started doing it to their fucking goatees and shit.
Yeah.
When the frosted tips, like, migrated off of the head and onto the face, I was like, all right. This has to stop. We gotta walk this back. I had somebody tell me the other day that if I ever do decide to get a haircut, that I really should look to try and find a place to donate it to. There's this, like, Locks of Love is the one that people know. But that one I've looked into, and it's not great. I want to try and, like, if I ever do get a haircut, because people say that, like, natural human hair that hasn't been dyed or bleached ever.
Like, mine's been bleached. So
Right.
mine's not great.
Right. They won't even take it. Like, if you've had your hair colored, they won't even take it.
And it hasn't grown long enough since I bleached it. Like, this is all still lighter than this.
Right. And see, I don't have any of that.
I'd
Like,
have to keep cutting it until all the bleach came out. And then...
yeah. You'd have to just get natural haircuts and let it grow out until there was no bleach in it. Whereas I've never done any coloration or stripping or any of that to my hair. So it's like it's good to, I want to try and find one that gives to kids.
Yeah.
That, like, gives to kids that have cancer so that they can have, like, something to wear to go to school. Because I know how hard that must be. I remember not looking like everybody else in school and how tough that was, and I can't even imagine, you know. That's if I decide to ever chop my hair off, though. I don't know that I will.
Because then you have the in-between phase that you hated.
That phase TJ's in. The phase where it just looks like you're unkempt. You just look like a shaggy dog. Yeah, I remember somebody said that to me, and I went and I looked into it, and it's like, I guess when people get these human hair wigs, you get them either to where, like, the company has taken and colored and styled the hair afterwards, or you get them completely and utterly natural so that you can color and style the hair as you want it. And I never knew that you could even do that with a wig. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so I guess like this Locks of Love, like just sell it to like normal ass wig makers.
I can't remember what it was. I remember that they were kind of like a Christian organization. Yeah. And so they would like discriminate based on religion or whatever the fuck. I can't remember. I looked into it years ago because I hadn't grown my hair out this long. I've never had my hair this long before, but it was, you know, down to my shoulders or some shit. And my ex-wife, who was not my ex-wife at the time, fucking hated it. Her dad fucking hated it. And so I had like this pressure in my life to cut my fucking hair off. And I was like, can I donate this to people? And I went and I looked into Locks of Love, and I was just like, I'd rather just let them sweep it up on the fucking barber floor. I can't remember what I found, but I didn't like what I found, so. Which would win in a fight, a T-Rex or a woolly mammoth? Man. Two great behemoths of the past that missed each other by a couple million years get thrown into the fucking arena together. The woolly motherfucking mammoth and the T-Rex. Two animals that should have never met.
I feel like the T-Rex is taller, isn't it?
I don't know.
Let's see.
I know woolly mammoths were fucking huge. We're talking like big bull woolly mammoths. So that was a big animal. And yeah, the T-Rex might be taller, but the woolly mammoth has fucking tusks that are 8 feet fucking long.
So they were roughly the size of modern African elephants, 9 to 11 feet tall and weighed 6 tons.
So 6 tons for a woolly mammoth.
And 9 to 11 feet. So
9 to 11 feet, I'm assuming at the shoulder.
Yeah. 38 feet long for the T-Rex, but 4 to 5 tons. So T-Rexes are lighter.
It's actually a good fight.
Yeah.
It's a fucking good fight.
And like that's 38 feet long, but not tall.
Right. They're just built different, but they're, you know, roughly the same size of animal, give or take. I don't fucking know, bro. It'd be crazy. Beast Wars.
Yeah, it's like the T-Rex might be able to like bite down, but it can't defend its neck if the fucking mammoth goes in with the tusks.
Yeah, them mammoths are gonna be swinging them fucking big ass tusks around, using the bulk of their body to kind of trample on the fucking thing if they can knock it down. An awesome episode, yeah. Just put it on our list. Put it on our list of possible episodes, like a Tournament of Champions, Ancient Beasts. Just do a bracket. Just set up an Ancient Beast bracket. I mean, it depends. You know what I mean? It really depends. The T-Rex could get a few bites off on the woolly mammoth and it could, like, bleed out. You know what I mean? It might not go the way you think. Or the woolly mammoth could get a good fucking hit on that T-Rex with them. You can imagine, like, those tusks. How much do those tusks weigh? Can you, like, how much is a woolly mammoth tusk? It had to be like a couple 100 pounds worth of tusk. Just swinging around in the fucking air. Death machines, man. Yeah, gorilla has to be left out of this. Otherwise, there would...
The largest known male tusk was 14 feet long and weighed 200 pounds.
14 feet long, 200 pounds of tusk swinging through the fucking air with a mad woolly mammoth. I don't know. I don't know. I've heard people say, too, that I think some of this has been debunked, but there's a lot of speculation on the T-Rex and how it actually worked. And there's a lot of people that think that the T-Rex, instead of being this apex predator, was more of an opportunistic scavenger hunter. Subsisted on kind of like finding these animals that were either dying or already dead, chasing smaller packs of animals off of their kills and stealing them. More like a hyena than a lion, so to speak. And if that's the case, then they may not have been great fighters at all, you know? We can still look at elephants and get some kind of idea how a woolly mammoth would have behaved. Yeah. They're roughly the same size beast. Now, the woolly mammoth's tusks were oversized in comparison, but I'm telling you, dude, an African bull elephant that is intending to kill something is terrifying to watch. If you've ever seen a fucking nature documentary where one of these predators or something spooks an elephant, they will fucking, the whole troop of elephants will trample it into mud like nothing, like paste.
And then T-Rex, it's like, well, we know how chickens act, but
there's a lot of speculation. Like, once again, like when I was a kid, we were told that T-Rexes were these super apex hunters that were like chasing down, brontosauruses and shit, fighting with the Triceratops, even though I think like
they
weren't even in the same epoch or whatever. No, that's the kind of like popular opinion on the T-Rex. And now the more I've read about T-Rexes, the more that I find out that they were probably a lot more docile than people think that they were.
Well, they're just so weirdly shaped too. It's like, it's not like they have a ton of balance to do like long distance chases.
They don't. Which is why like a lot of scientists are saying now, based on how they were built and based how the dinosaurs that they would have fed on were built, they were more likely like a hyena. Dangerous. A hyena will bite your fucking arm right off. Yeah. But they don't actively hunt prey. They're scavengers. They're opportunistic. Yeah.
Like a four-legged thing's always going to be faster than a two-legged.
Well, they do hunt prey, but they wait for like sickly dying, or if they do. But they prefer to just find a carcass and steal it.
Yeah. It's like, we know how fucked up we are running around on two legs.
Right.
You can go far, but not that fucking far.
Yeah, I've heard that people say that T-Rex may have been like a pack hunter to deal with these deficiencies, because the idea of it is this big kind of solo beast. There might have been like 4 or 5 T-Rexes in a pack with a leader, and that's terrifying. Think about that. You're not just dealing with one T-Rex. You see one. It's like in Jurassic Park, dude.
Yeah, so it's like...
The one that you see is distracting you from the 2 that are on the sides. You think the T-Rex and other dinosaurs had feathers? I've heard a lot of people say that it's likely that a lot of the dinosaurs that we assume were unfeathered were actually feathered animals. One of the problems is their skin, feathers and skin don't preserve. They do, but over the course of that many fucking centuries, they just don't. We don't have any dinosaur skin. We've got some feather impressions and some dinosaurs that we know for a fact were feathered because they started to fly. Archaeopteryx, I think, was the first one that they discovered that absolutely had feathers. There's a lot of people that think that pterodactyls very likely were feathered. I like that theory because it makes the dinosaur world so much more fucking colorful and amazing than it's painted,
Yeah,
like,
it's all like gray,
green, orange beasts, or these crazy fucking plumed dinosaurs. And you gotta assume that all of these behaviors that we see in birds, the sexual displays and the use of like really elaborate plumage, there was some of that in the fucking dinosaurs. It has roots there, right?
Good ostriches, I guess that's another comparison you could make to like a T-Rex.
Kinda. They use that big old tail though. They've got a big long fucking counterbalanced tail that makes them a little weird. There's not any lizards that have that. There's no 2-legged lizards out there anymore.
And the birds don't really have tails like that either anymore.
Not really.
It's just one of those things that doesn't really fit into anything.
We just have to speculate. We know they were fucking widespread because we found them all over the place. We know that because of that widespread nature that they were incredibly successful in their niche. We just don't quite know what that niche was. We can make some assumptions, based on the shape of their teeth, their skeletal structure, and kind of extrapolating what their musculature would have been like because of how their skeleton was. But when it comes right down to it, observation is how you learn about an animal.
We're not going to do Jurassic Park, hopefully.
No. I mean, there are tons of deep sea animals that we've gotten pictures of, but when it comes to how they function, speculation, because we just haven't been able to observe enough of them in the wild.
Fucking giant squid. They just thought that they were a myth for the longest time.
Yep. And then they started seeing these fucking giant sucker scars on sperm whales, and they're like, well, what the fuck is leaving this behind? then a couple washed up on beaches, and now we know that they exist. But what do they do? Like, what? Because here's the thing. The giant squids are actually really interesting beasts. Because if you know the ocean, you know that most of the life in the ocean is concentrated in the top 10% of the ocean. That's the fucking area where the rays of the sun can penetrate. And so, you know, algae and all the whole fucking food chain exists there. The deeper you go in the ocean, the more spread out life becomes and the more specialized life becomes, right? And why would something develop that lives in the deep ocean that's giant? You have any idea how much a giant squid would have to eat to support itself? But yet it spends its entire life cycle in part of the ocean where prey could sometimes be 100 miles apart, like viable prey. There's so much about our own fucking planet and animals that are still alive on our planet that we don't know. So you gotta know that this fucking dinosaur shit is 100% speculation. Deep sea squid eat each other there, though, and there's hordes of them down there. Well, that's what I'm talking about, though. It's like an animal that feeds exclusively on itself. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And you're talking about like a huge animal. An animal that can fight a fucking sperm whale and win. And it spends most of its time in the twilight zone, where they're just very spread out, tiny little prey.
You got about 5.
I got 5 minutes? Shit. Time flies, I guess. Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun talk. And it was nice sitting out here by my fire. It's a fire a day. I might start another one tonight. I'm going to go through the rest of this wood if it kills me. I've got probably like 1/8 of a cord of wood over there. And I've got less because I'm traveling here soon. I got about 3 weeks to burn it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know what a giant squid or colossal squid would eat either. Yeah. I think the mammoth's tusks might be curved in a way that it's not best for a fight. We just talked about this, dude. It's not necessarily that they're going to skewer prey. Now, that could happen if they get up under you and stab up with those fucking tusks. It's the fact that each tusk, the largest one that we've categorized was, what was it, guys? 17 feet long or 14 feet long or something, and 200 pounds of tusk. We're talking about using it like a fucking battering ram. Think about a giant animal with enough fucking neck muscles to keep a head that's got 200-pound teeth sticking out the front of it up, swinging that fucking whole mass as hard as it can and hitting another animal with it. You just break bones with that shit. You shatter another animal with that shit. Can you admit a bear would absolutely beat a gorilla? Only when you admit that you're wrong about everything. Only when you admit that your feeble mind cannot grasp the power of gorilla. And you bow before the altar of gorilla and give it all you banana. All you banana. Then we'll talk. Did you watch Legend recently? No, I just like that line a lot. You, me, all of us be barbecue. Barbecue. Big Gabe. Big Gabe, dude. Holy fuck. Big Gabe is here. Everybody fucking lay the fuck down. Lay down. Lay on the ground flat. Big Gabe is here. I don't know if you saw it. Big Gabe is here. Bolo tie? No. Bolo tie is lame, dude. My grandpappy wore a bolo tie, dude. You gotta grow up. You gotta grow out of the bolo tie. What would you be doing if YouTube never worked out for me? What I was doing before YouTube. Working normal jobs. Getting by. Working hard for the money. People gotta readjust their shit with me, man. I ain't in the same position as a lot of, like, internet folks who just, like, jumped on as fresh-faced 20-year-olds and have never made their money any other goddamn fucking way. It seems to be, like, a very spooky question for a lot of, like, content creators. To me, it's just, like, asking me, like, when's the last time you took a shit, you know? It's routine. When's the last time I took a shit? 1997. It was a cold morning, I remember, in November of all months. And I shat. I shit the shat, I shat the shit. Biden farted in front of the Duchess of Cornwall? So he shit himself in front of the Pope and then farted on a Duchess? Based? That might be pretty based. You farted on a Duchess? Like TJ farted in that old lady's face, yeah. Oh my God, man. We just did the greatest show today. TJ sprung that one on me. It was a TJ-sode. And we did farts as a topic. I'm literally sore because I laughed through most of the shit. We did like a probably hour and a half long show today for the patrons, and I don't stop laughing through the whole thing. It's an hour and a half of me laughing. I was the audience for this show. Dude, one thing I love about farts is that they're simultaneously taken like as a joke and simultaneously are some of the most serious shit. Nothing on this planet has the like range of emotional reactions that you can elicit with a fart. Dude, you can make people laugh with a fart. You can make people cry with a fart. You can touch off a fucking war. Touch off a riot with the right fart aimed at the right face. Man, I fucking love farts, bro. I'm not just a fart aficionado, bro. I fucking love farts. Farts are the greatest thing that humanity does. The great equalizer, man. The great equalizer. The first and last joke you ever tell is a fart. Think about that. You come into this world capable of telling only one joke, and that's ripping a little baby fart, right? And then when you go out of this world, the last thing that happens to a lot of people when they die is they fart. First and last joke you tell. Fart. In human history, if you take all of human history, right? Not just recorded history, but just like you go all the way back to the beginning. I wouldn't be shocked if like 100,000 people in the history of humanity have been killed over a fart. Think about it. Think about how many people have, for one reason or another, died because of a fart. Probably a lot. Very consequential body function, farting. 'Cause you never know what you're going to get, you know? Yeah, dude, if snake's got a fart, I think pretty much any kind of like sufficiently complex organism's got a fart. You gotta equalize the pressure, you know? You eat stuff and it makes gases. You gotta vent that gas somewhere. A fart is not just shit in gas form, like a lot of people think. It's not aerosolized shit. It's a very specific chemical. It's not methane like most people think. There is trace methane in a lot of people's farts, but what really makes it stink is the same thing that makes a rotten egg stink, but I can't remember the name of it. Something oxide or something. Sulfur dioxide. Oh, my bad. My bad, homie. My bad. How's the housing market looking? Don't fucking ask me questions, bro. Don't ask me no fucking questions, man. I don't know. How is it looking? Man, I'm tired of even pretending that I understand shit. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, dude. I don't understand a fucking thing when it comes to money. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to properly handle that shit. I'm lucky I'm just not in debtor's prison somewhere or some shit. I'm lucky I don't have much debt at all. I managed to pay my bills my whole life accidentally. I don't do well with money. It's not tangible to me. Like, you know what matters to me is like the stuff that's here, the people that are here, but like the money that it takes to run all this shit, I just don't know. I don't know how to make it work for me better. I really don't. I feel kind of stupid sometimes, but money is like, it occupies this part of my, like this one little sliver of my brain. And I feel like a lot of people, it occupies like a huge chunk of their brain, or that it's plugged into all these other parts of their brain. And for me, it's this separate little thing. And if it all went away, the world really wouldn't change for me. I think it would change for a lot of people, but for me, like, but it makes me stupid. Like it's not a good thing to feel that way about money, dude. You need that, like, people that can fucking jockey money. Like, think about this shit. I want you guys to really think about this. Right? I'm a worker, right? So I've worked pretty much solidly since I was 16 years old. Take all of the money that I spent on frivolity during those times. And if I would have taken that money and saved it up, $100 a paycheck or some shit, and then put all that money into Google or something, or put all that money into fucking Tesla, or put all that money into fucking, Amazon before it blew, I would be a fucking multimillionaire right now. And that's all it is a difference between how I chose to fucking spend my money. So I, being the simple jack motherfucker that I am, you make me happy. I fucking just take the money and I fucking, I don't do anything with it. I leave it sitting in my bank account where it doesn't grow. Or I take a trip or something, you know what I mean? Or I bought a house years ago, and it's just like, man, if I'd have taken that money that I spent on that house and invested it in fucking Amazon back then, I'd be a multimillionaire. And that's what I'm talking about. You have to be good with money. You can make so much less than I do and be way richer than me. And that's the thing that fucks me off about money. Because I feel like innately some people just figure it out. You know what I mean? They're like, I got it. And they invest their first goddamn dollar, and by the time they're 22, they're multimillionaires and they're retired. And they literally don't have to worry about money anymore. They're in the position that, most of us are envious of. And to be frank, most of us would be better off in. A lot of it is luck and a lot of it isn't. You got to understand, man, there's a gambling aspect. I think a lot of what small investors do with the stock market is gambling. But what the big players in the stock market do, you can't call that gambling. It's guaranteed returns. It's like betting both ends of the spectrum, knowing when to pull your money, knowing what the signs in the marketplace are, where it's time to sell, it's time to buy. Yeah, you take a bath once in a while, but overall, the people that are really good at this shit are up, 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 up. That's not gambling. That's just gaming the system. That's understanding the machinations of the system and using every little piece of information that you understand to track the trends and jump on it. I've never really done much investment. I can't remember if I've ever purchased a stock. I don't think I've ever purchased a stock. Other than like the automatic purchases that happen with your like 401k and shit. I've had a 401k before, so there was definitely somebody making purchases of stock for me. But as far as me going like, you know what? I got a couple $100 saved up. I'm going to throw that down on some Toyota or, whatever. Like, I've never done it. And there are a couple of times in my life where had I done it, I would be in a position where money was not a problem. Like, I wouldn't have to worry about a single fucking thing. I could have taken a Starbucks level salary and turned it into multi-million dollars and been fine. Be sitting here, 40 years old, you wouldn't know who I am. I'd be sipping a fucking goddamn Mai Tai on a beach somewhere. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like about money, the volatility of it. So I feel like that there's too much power in something so ethereal. Because goddamn, if it can give you that kind of wealth, it can take it, right? And so, man, I'd just rather go with the stability of knowing I got $1 in my pocket. You know what I mean? It's right there. And that dollar tomorrow will be $1. Tomorrow. A lot of us see news stories, but people that are really good with money, they see investment opportunities, right? And so it's like, I remember months ago, probably like a year ago, or more. We covered this like kind of ongoing and now deepening shortage in the supply chain, especially for like circuit boards and chips and CPUs. And to me, that was just like, whoa, that's crazy. But to a money-minded person, that was like, I'm gonna take every dollar I can limber up today, and I'm gonna put it in Nvidia, because people are gonna be knocking down Nvidia's door, screaming for their fucking product. They're not gonna be able to make it fast enough. Like I said, if I'd have put like 20 grand in Nvidia when that happened, limbered up 20 grand somehow, put it in Nvidia, I'd be a multimillionaire today. It just drives me nuts. Thoughts on the Travis Scott deaths? There's going to be some lawsuits, and in my opinion, Travis Scott, the management of that event, the security company that handled that event, pretty much anybody that was involved in the design, conception, and carrying out of that event directly and at a high level should probably face some prison time and shit. That's just straight up criminal fucking negligence what happened. You know, and if you've never been to a big goddamn fucking concert, you have to understand, man, there is a huge impetus on these venues to make sure that people don't end up dying the way they died last night. And think about that, man. That's got to be one of the most terrifying, horrible, awful ways to go out of this fucking planet, being trampled by people, screaming for help, and nobody's listening, and you just get stepped on, crushed. And there's no excuse. There really is no excuse. When somebody dies like that, there's no excuse, man. I've been to concerts where they literally shut that motherfucker down. No joke, man. You can probably find some videos of people doing it. But I'm telling you, man, like the people going like, oh man, what a tragedy. It's another one of these fucking tragedies that isn't a tragedy. It's negligence. 8 people were killed in a crowd crush at Astrofest last night. 8 at one concert during one set. There's going to be some lawsuits. Because I'm just telling you, man, like, I don't know about you guys, but I've been to a number of shows where, you know, somebody spotted something in the crowd. The fucking talent gets it in their earpiece, like, hey, there's somebody having trouble in the crowd. You need to stop the show. And the fucking talent will literally like, hey, whoa, 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 bring it down, bring it down. We got somebody out here passed out. Let's bring it down. We got a person in trouble. Let's get them off the floor safely. Everybody be safe. You know what I mean? I've had that happen at multiple fucking concerts of different sizes. And so there's no excuse. When you were younger, did you ever feel competitive with your peers in terms of education and money around 18 years old? No. I've never felt competitive with money. I'm not driven by that. I'm not saying that, like, I'm going to turn down money if it comes across me. I understand the value of money, at least in a basic sense, but, you know, it's not where I place my value. In some ways, I can't blame people for that fucking mentality. When you understand the power and mobility and freedom and safety that money gives you in our society, it makes a whole lot of sense to me that there are people out there that are really fucking chomping at the bit to make that happen for themselves. I can't really stand in too harsh a judgment of people who are money-minded. I can't make myself do that, man. I can't make myself be that way. Have you ever dated a rich girl? I guess. Kinda. See, it's just another one of those things that I never really thought about, but now thinking back on it, like in comparison to the average household, one of the ladies that I dated her family was pretty well off. Did you ever troll CB radio again if you could? I think I could get in more trouble than your average person because I've already got a record with the FCC. So they'd probably look back at my fucking shit and go like, hey, this kid was investigated back in 1996 for doing this same shit. He definitely knows better. So I gotta be even more careful. My name's on the list somewhere as a violator of the public airwaves. Does anyone even use CB radio anymore? Yeah, not really. Only just like truck drivers, the military, amateur radio operators, professional drivers of all stripes, local law enforcement. Basically, everybody that used to use CB still uses it. I don't think the military would use CB. Yeah, you're probably right. Not for like tactical shit. Yeah, there's different frequencies and shit. But if you've got the right kind of tuner, you can tune into those frequencies. See, I had a broad spectrum tuner. And I knew better back when I was a kid to, say anything on police traffic channels or whatever the fuck. There were definitely channels that were for general public use and channels that weren't. Like I remember there was like a local emergency only channel, and then there was a police band that I could listen in on. Yeah, I had a base station CB with like a big fucking 30-foot antenna or whatever the fuck. Fun. Till the FCC got involved. Why did you ever have this radio? Wasn't it your dad's? So the first CB radio that I talked on was in a friend's dad's truck. So one of my friend's dads worked for the Forestry Service, had a little Ford F-150 that had, an aerial on it. So he would get CB channels and shit, but it was relatively like weak. So we could, we weren't broadcasting very strongly. I got into it, and basically like my parents were kind of aware what I was doing with it, but they were not aware to the extent at which I was misusing it. And so they looked at it as kind of a neat little hobby for me. It was like something I was very interested in, clearly. And CB equipment at that time in the 90s and shit wasn't exactly like super fucking expensive. It was pretty old technology. So I remember I can't remember what birthday it was, probably my 14th birthday, my 13th birthday maybe. My dad got me a base station CB radio and a 30-foot aerial that he put up on the side of the house. And that gave me pretty wide range, like on the CB side of things. You can't reach super far with a CB, but
Harass everyone in town.
yeah. Everybody in town and everybody within like a 20-mile radius of town. So anybody that got within 20 miles of me got a ration of shit until they got 20 miles away. Once it was just like the proto-internet. Like if they would have studied me at that age and what I was doing on the internet or on the CB radio, they would have seen the future of the internet reflected in what was going on. It was like a key got unlocked in my head. It was like the first few times we used it, I remember my friend explaining to me what it was. Oh yeah, this is what the truckers use to talk to each other's radio. You could talk, and to me that was so novel. The ability, because for me, talking remotely was 100% a phone thing, and you could direct dial one person. But this was, I could press this button, and everybody within a certain radius, no matter what, if they were tuned in, could hear what I was saying. It was like, for me, that was like being a radio broadcaster or something. Like, it got to my head real quick. I was probably about 10 or 11 years old, too, so that didn't help. On the verge of pubescence and shit. Yeah. So, and then but at first it was something I did very respectfully, because it was just like, oh my God, the weight of what I'm doing. I'm saying something and like hundreds of people possibly could be hearing what I'm saying. But then it clicked with me. They don't know the fuck I am. They don't know where I am. I can say whatever the fuck I want to them and they can't do shit about it. And that was it. That one little notion ran wild.
Yeah, you were born a troll that day.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, I was already a troll. I was just waiting for a venue. My little taste of that fucking power that comes with anonymity, dude. And you know what the funny thing was? I didn't even actually have it. Because, like I said, I was tracked down twice. So it's like on the CB, it's not like somebody can like drive around and see if your internet signal gets stronger or weaker. And, that's what I was tracked twice, and I didn't learn. Did you have any radio hosts you really liked as a kid? I listened to, you guys are gonna fucking laugh at me. I listened to a lot of Rush Limbaugh when I was a kid. Say what you want about the dude. The guy had a pretty amazing broadcast cadence. And he was probably the dude that I listened to that made me appreciate broadcasting as a medium, because you have to have a really, really great voice to keep people listening to you with no visual, and especially to run a talk show. You know, it's one thing to be a disc jockey where all you have to do is be charismatic for 5-second, 10-second bursts. You know what I mean? Like, this dude was sitting and talking for an hour every day.
Yeah, it's like whatever your opinion is of them, you got to give them credit
Right.
for the craft.
I mean, people asked, you know, and so that was, you know, that was a radio host that I really liked as a kid. My dad listened to him, and I looked up to my dad like every little boy does. And so it's like, you know, my dad also listened to a comedy duo out of LA named Bob and Tom. And they were pretty good. I remember as a kid laughing at a lot of they were like a morning zoo kind of comedy show. I listened to Howard Stern starting in my teen years. I think in around 93, Howard Stern came to like my part of California, syndicated out, and got onto a radio station that I could catch. So I liked Howard Stern. I liked Dr. Drew Pinsky and Adam Carolla on Loveline. I listened to them for countless fucking hours. So I would say those were probably the 4 biggest kind of like broadcast influences when I was young. But I always looked up to radio dudes, broadcasters of that nature, more than I looked up to like movie stars and shit. Like, to me, they were more important than movie stars were. Definitely like sparked a fascination in me to kind of do something like that, you know, sit and talk for hours on end and develop your ability to do so. There's a talent to it for sure. And I really do think too, and I hate to doom it out, and I don't want to go to full doomer spiral on you guys, but I really think these analog communication methods are going to make a huge comeback. Some of you might want to start looking into them now, and some of you money-minded people might want to start investing in the companies that'll be making that equipment and shit, because I'm telling you, man, I have a feeling that there is going to be a movement towards analog broadcasting. There's going to be a resurgence of amateur and professional analog broadcasting, separate from the internet. Why? There's a number of reasons why. Number one, the infrastructure of the internet may just not be sustainable. Like, we are used to having that utility pretty much 24/7, but if things continue to degrade, there are going to be less people to repair the lines, and there might be outages of weeks for people for the internet. So there's that. That's the doomer kind of angle. Another angle is I'm not the only person that feels a little creeped out on the fucking internet. I know it's typically people in my age range, but I've talked to, you know, a lot of younger people. My audience consists of mostly people that are like 15 to 20 years my fucking junior, right? And a lot of the people that I talk to feel the same way about the internet. They're flippant about it. It's becoming less and less of a novelty. And I'm thinking, like, generationally, people are going to long for genuine connection again. And so I'm thinking those twin kind of influences in society, the probable degradation of internet infrastructure, and the continued uptick in, you know, constant surveillance and monitoring and ad targeting of every fucking thing you say and do on the internet, is going to push some people towards more traditional ways of connecting with people over distance. It's going to broaden people's interests in ways of communicating without maybe directly identifying who you are, because say what you want on the internet, to your average Joe, you might be, you know, Whoopee Cushion Jones or whatever. But if anybody with power really wants to know who Whoopee Cushion Jones is, your name is all over it. Whereas, you know, if you key up on a CB fucking radio and you're smart about how and when you do it, you can fucking keep in contact with people. And yeah, dude, the quote unquote people you're organizing against can monitor your fucking station, but they can't track you down. I could see that happening, but they've got their hooks in my generation and the young generation already, unless we get burnt out on it in like 20 to 30 years. Well, that's the thing, is like, you make a lot of assumptions because we're living in a generation now that was literally basted in the internet. This is the millennials are the first generation that came along where the internet was already a utility by the time they were old enough to use it, and they just expect it. So you've got millennials, you got Gen Z, right? There is a drift in these generations in interests, in technology, in the mediums that people prefer. And to say that the internet is going to be this preferred medium for everybody, I mean, look at how boomerish the internet is getting. Look at Facebook. Facebook in just a scant, 15 years has gone from being the hippest shit where everybody's on it, and if you're not on it, you're nobody, to like literal boomer town. You know what I mean? And you don't think that's going to continue to happen? People are going to slowly but surely, as the internet becomes more and more conglomerated, because make no bones about it, that's what's happening. The places for you to go to have a platform and express yourself are being conglomerated under ever larger internet and tech companies. The choices that you have are going to be so insanely limited, and the amount of control and surveillance that's going to be possible and ongoing. I genuinely believe there's going to be a fucking generation of people that comes along and opts out of this shit. Maybe not totally, but a good enough chunk of the generation is going to opt out of this shit that those types of analog methods are going to become useful to them again.
Yeah, it's like the decline of newspapers.
Right.
People went from like everyone's got a daily paper to I might look at the Sunday.
Right. When I was a kid, dude, everybody on my block got the newspaper every day. My mom hasn't gotten the newspaper for 5 years. You know what I mean? And so it's just like even the older generation can see massive swings in the way that people consume information and communicate with one another. Yeah, there's definitely going to be like a hipstery angle to it, for sure. I think that's how it'll start. It'll start with like, man, this old cool CRT television technology and this old VCR technology and Betamax technology is cool. You're already starting to see that. You know, tons of video games and tons of movies are using this lo-fi aesthetic. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, scan lines. People, that's cool now. You know, and so that's a good sign right now that even this generation is having a resurgence and interest in these analog methods. And one major part of those analog methods was broadcast radio, ham radio, and CB radio. You know, and those things have kind of been like, dude, you ask a fucking Zoomer about any of that shit, they've never heard of it. But I genuinely believe that technology is still out there, still viable, still fucking attainable, still usable by anybody. And I genuinely believe there's going to come a time where the internet is so fucking conglomerated that there's going to be a significant chunk of a generation that just opts. They're just like, fuck this shit. This is what my parents did. My parents sit around jerking off on fucking TikTok all day. I'm not doing that. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, what am I gonna do? Go argue with somebody on fucking Twitter? You know, like there's the fact that we already see it, that is a significant chunk of people over a broad spectrum of age have already started to get like, you know, whatever. I'm gonna limit my diet to this internet shit. It's just, I think that there's gonna be a movement towards it. I mean, it's a boomer idea. I don't know. I'm definitely not the only person that thinks it. I think the total collapse of society will happen before some opting of the internet. The total collapse of society is happening. And it's going to take maybe 100 years. Maybe 150 years. Like, you realize that the Roman Empire collapsed over the course of like 85, 90 years, right? That's like 2 generations of people. That might be being generous. Who knows? But if you were listening at the beginning of this topic, that is one of the reasons why I thought that this technology was going to become useful again. Because once again, what are some of the things they're going to go if things start to unravel? Electric service, internet service, telecommunications, all of that shit is going to be spotty and unavailable in some places. What are people going to turn to? What never goes down as long as you've got a Jenny to power it? Your fucking CB. Start a CD collection. I wouldn't recommend it. If you're going to collect music, do yourself a favor and collect vinyl. Vinyl has a very natural, warm tone to it that's actually worth listening to music on. CD quality music is actually shit. It sounded worse than tapes. So stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Get a little older if you want to make a music collection. Yeah, you can hang your vinyls. Yeah, you can put them in alternate sleeves so you can use the actual vinyl, and then you could put the awesome cover art up on your walls. You really think we have a good 100 left in us? I didn't say a good 100. I just said 100 years before what we think of as baseline society is fully collapsed. I didn't say it was going to be a good 100 years. I just said that sounds about right to me. Given the timetables I've heard for some of the major events that are on the horizon, the big crush of people from the central and southern parts of the world that become uninhabitable, moving, crushing north and south, so that mass migration crisis, coupled with the obvious and looming economic crises, coupled with the changing of the guard from the United States to China and as the global leading kind of technology and social leader. Like, that type of shit is going to take some time. Anyone doubts Paul's politics, look to the G20 summit leaders tossing a coin in the fountain wishing well for climate change. We can't hedge our bets with the liberals. You're right. Yeah, that's the scariest thing that I know about climate change, is that all of the climate scientists from my younger years were wrong. Not about what was going to happen, but about how fast it was going to happen. So back in the 90s, they thought, oh, we got 150 years. If we don't get on top of this, 150, 200 years, the world could be mostly uninhabitable. The oceans could be acidified in 200 years. And now they've revised that, and they've gone like, oh, we really kind of didn't crunch those numbers right. It's looking more like 35 years. Man, you should have been born earlier. I don't know what to tell you, man. Born in the wrong generation. Whoops. Sorry, guys. My generation and the ones that came before it accidentally fucked up the planet. Whoops. Our bad. But don't worry, we'll all be dead before it really gets bad. So, justice and all that. Whoops-a-daisy, we accidentally fucked up the world. But take solace in the fact that all of us will die privileged and well air-conditioned. And it's just you, when you get to my age, that'll have to deal with it. Sorry. Whoops-a-daisy. I'm sorry, man. The plastic was just too fucking convenient. The gasoline smelled too goddamn good when it spilled a little bit on you. You know what I mean? You get that smell? Oh, yeah. Gasoline. It smelled too good. The burritos were too tasty. Think weed will ever become normalized like cigarettes? Go visit Los Angeles. It's already happened. People walk up and down the streets just smoking spliffs in LA all the time. Just a matter of time for the rest of the world to catch up. Do you have a choice whether or not to use plastic, though? I mean, yeah, if I'm honest with you, kinda, yeah. I could buy, instead of buying a plastic gallon of milk all the way through my childhood and young adulthood, I could buy the fucking wax paper carton milk, which is not tons better, but it's still better for the environment than a big giant plastic jug. I've probably thrown fucking 500 plastic jugs of milk in the garbage in my time. That's probably undercutting it. Thousands of gallons of milk, maybe. So yeah, I had the goddamn fucking choice. With some of it, like, I always had the choice to bring a couple of my own, like, little vinyl tote bags or whatever to the grocery store, but did I ever do it? No. I always had the choice to fucking not eat at McDonald's and have it, like, a ton of waste plastic come from my meal, but I did it anyway. Dude, I can't even imagine. See, this is what blows my mind. I try and think back over my life, right? How much plastic waste have I, just me, as one American, produced? I bet if they piled it all up in front of me, I'd probably die of a heart attack. I bet it would be a mountain of trash. Maybe not a mountain, but like a fucking foothill of trash. Just me. It's unfathomable, dude. Sorry about that. We kind of ruined the world. Oops. Our bad. I haven't been to a landfill since I was a kid, but I gotta tell you, dude, the first time I went with my parents to a landfill, I was fucking shocked. Literal mountains of trash, bro. A whole landscape made of nothing but compressed garbage. Holy fuck. That's what the world is gonna look like, by the way. When a virus or atomic war or both or starvation or climate change or, you know, just mounting disaster wipes us off the face of this planet, that's what we'll leave it looking like. It's going to be 10,000 years of plastic bags blowing in the wind, big giant plastic chunks of shit, just husks of our fucking buildings and our cars. Think of it, dude. That's why I mentioned so many different ones. A lot of people think, like, what's it going to be that kills us? And I'm like, all of the above. Hello. One of these things does not necessarily preclude another. Like, if it's a virus that kicks it off, it might be nuclear war that ends it. You know what I mean? If it's a fucking famine or some kind of fucking food shortage or a power shortage or whatever that kicks it off, it might be fucking nukes that end it. Fuck, we could all be sitting here stroking off thinking about the ways that we're going to get to end ourselves while the universe is like, fucking, what? You thought you were going to get the privilege to fucking fuck things up to the point where you just literally couldn't live here anymore? Nope, here's a fucking comet. You know what I mean? That's the fun part about it. We're like, what? What is it, like 50,000 years overdue for a major meteor strike? In something like 5 billion years, the sun is going to... So, I mean, one way or the other, we're getting scoured off of this goddamn fucking planet. Dude, this is totally and completely unscientific, but I think it's a cool idea. So what if, right, the sun goes red giant or whatever, starts to burn out, and vents all these gases into our solar system. And then Jupiter, because it's the biggest, most massive object left in the solar system, draws all those gases to it and becomes dense enough to become another star. You following me? That motherfucker lights up. And then all of a sudden, Earth has got another goddamn sun. I don't think that anything, I think everything about that is completely unscientific. We'd be too close. What if it's a smaller sun? Puts off less radiation, puts off less energy, so us being closer to it puts us right in the Goldilocks zone again. We're like, oh no, the sun burned out. And then all of a sudden Jupiter's like, I got you, fam. We're like, woo! Back up, sun. Won't you come? That's what we need to be doing, man. Dude, this is the most scientifically backed thing I've ever thought of in my life, dude. I'm basically Einstein at this point. You literally witnessed a moment akin to Einstein going, E equals MC squared. Yes, yes. Backup sun, dude. Hashtag Jupiter backup sun. Paul Galileo Parky. Einstein was fucking, wasn't he German? He was, right? He was a German Jew. Yes? No? Maybe so? Austrian or some shit? Close enough. So that is what he would have sounded like. Jawohl. Eureka! I've done it. Paulaleo Parkalei, dude. Yeah. Backup sun, dude. It was on November 6th, 2021, that the greatest thinker mankind ever produced, Paul Parky, sitting on his back porch, a humble little place. And he had What became humanity's greatest idea? Like, man, what if they made a backup sun out of Jupiter? That one idea would spark the empire of humanity that now spreads across the stars. You know how many nights I sat up thinking about what would happen if the sun disappeared? Not anymore, buddy. Backup sun. Hashtag Jupiter backup sun. We'll cross that fucking bridge when we come to it, but I am telling you, there are a number of other gas planets in our fucking solar system, okay? We got Jupiter, we got Saturn, and I believe Neptune, right? Neptune is a gas planet as well. Backup suns. Is Uranus a gas planet? I thought Uranus was a rocky body, but I guess I'm wrong. If you're interested in science, space-based channels, look up Riddle. Really interesting stuff. I don't need to. Jawan. I know everything there is to know about the goddamn fucking astrophysics. Ask me a question. Of all of human knowledge right here, ask me a question. I'll answer. Astrophysics, complex meta philosophical dialectics. I know it all. How far away is the Andromeda Galaxy? Hella far, man. A long fucking distance indeed. What's the meaning of life? I can't tell you that. I know it, but if I were to tell you that, it would be like me opening the fucking Ark of the Covenant and shit. And I'm not going through that just so you can know the meaning of life. What kind of cheese is the moon made of? Gruyere. It's actually a goat cheese. A lot of people don't know that. It's a Gruyere cheese, yeah. What happens if you fall in a black hole? Bro, if you fall in a black hole, you see flashbacks of your dead daughter back home. You go through a weird maze where you can see time from the fourth dimension. It's crazy, bro. You just have to be careful that you don't stop off on the planet that has a giant tidal wave every hour or so. I'm just letting you know, if you ever try and jump in a black hole, the closest one to us has you make a stop on a planet that has a big tidal wave that comes every hour. And you might think like, oh, what a placid little planet. Shall we land? And then you land and then you're like, fuck, why is the horizon growing? And there's a fucking wave, bro. So just avoid that. But yeah, your dead daughter comes back and communicates with you and you get to look back over little moments in your life, but you can't interact with them, but you kind of can. And then you come out of it. Yeah, dude, you could totally make a movie out of it if people were smart like me, but most people don't understand these concepts. Most people don't get it. You know what I mean? Most people can't wrap the old noodle around something like I just told you guys, okay? So it's like, you don't look to Hollywood for this kind of information. You ain't gonna find it there. You need to talk to an expert, like me. What's 3 times 6? 6 3 times. What is the perfect ratio of Lucky Charms to marshmallows to actual cereal? So you want a full 4-to-1 ratio. For every 4 pieces of cereal, there should be a mallow. Right now, your typical bag of Lucky Charms has a ratio of something like 20-to-1. That's unacceptable. 4-to-1. That's the golden mallow ratio. Can't have all marshmallows, bro. Can't have all marshmallows. You are objectively wrong. And that's why I'm the smartest man that ever lived on the fucking planet that knows everything about everything. And why you don't know shit. Gotta have the crunch to balance the fucking sweetness, exactly. The meaning of life is to live happily, to fight your evils, to feel more happy. Wrong. If that were true, you would have just opened up Pandora's box and we'd all be fucking dead. Only I know that secret, and I'm not sharing it. Okay, what I had to go through to fucking get that knowledge is not worth just giving to you for free. Okay, you have to go on the fucking 7 vision quest. You have to open the 8 demon bag and face the horrors within. And only then, once you have sipped from the liquid from the dark sarcophagus? Well, you truly know. You haven't earned it. What's in the box? Good question. You're asking about the movie Seven. At the end of the movie, there is a box that is delivered. The character played by Brad Pitt is summoned over to the area to look at the box, and he looks into it, but we as the audience never get to see what is in the box. However, if you are an observant person, you are told what is in the box by none other than the person who put it in the box. I envied his life. I envied his pretty wife, so I took her pretty head. So that's what's in the box. But is the cat in the box alive or dead? You're talking about Schrodinger's cat? It's in a quantum superposition. Don't you understand anything? The cat is neither alive nor dead. It is in a quantum superposition where it is both alive and dead. Every fucking simpleton knows this. But he opened the box. Well, then, once the box was opened, the cat is clearly dead. But when the box was closed, the cat existed in a quantum superposition where it was both alive and dead. Until observed, the cat is both dead and alive, period. And then once the cat was observed, it became dead. That was the second thing I learned after one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. If a tree falls in the woods and no one hears it, does it make a sound? Yes, because sound is not dependent upon an ear to be made. Sound, like most forms of energy, is a wave. This is the stupidest fucking conundrum question. It's literally like caveman bullshit. If something explodes, but there's not a stupid-ass human being with buck teeth around, does it make any noise? It's like, yes, noise is not dependent upon observation. Noise is a sound wave, okay? Thank you very much. Next question. The sound of one hand clapping. Next question. Have you ever had a pet fish? Yes. Next question. Why does water always find its level? Because it's a fluid. That's why it always finds its level. I mean, come on, buddy. Did I get stung by a yellow jacket just now because God is mad at you? There is no God, Chelsea. You got stung by a yellow jacket just now, and I'm sorry, I'm giving direct and complete answers to every question tonight because I've just told everybody that I'm the smartest person that ever lived, and I have to prove it. The reason you got stung by a yellow jacket just now is because you live in shitfuck swamp, Louisiana. There's probably another fucking yellow jacket nest up in your chimney or some shit, or in one of the trees near you, because that's all that lives down there are animals that want to sting, bite, kill, and otherwise poison you. And you must run, Chelsea. You must run far away. Steak sauce or barbecue sauce? Depends on the meal, man. What's with this false sauce dichotomy? Was Annie truly okay? No, she was struck by a smooth criminal. You're not okay after you get struck by a smooth criminal. Because if you listen, Annie gives the answer. What if you say to somebody, "Are you okay?" and they say, "I don't know," that's them implicitly saying yes. So he says, "Annie, are you okay?" And she says, you can hear her in the background saying, "I don't know. I don't know." She's not okay. Annie is, in fact, not okay. There's a door to hell and a door to heaven. Both are identical and are each guarded by identical guards. One lies and the other speaks truth. You get to question one guard to discern the doors. So I ask, it doesn't matter, would he tell me that this is the right door? That's how you get through that one. So you got two guards, right? And one of them always tells the truth and one of them always lies. So you just ask either one of them, would he tell me that this is the right door? If he says yes, then it has to be the other door, because if he's telling the truth, he would be lying. And if he's lying, he would be telling the truth. Would he tell me that this is the door to pick? Yes. I'm going in the other door. Doodly-doodly-doo. A mind reader versus someone who can see the future in a chess game. Who wins? The future guy. Because the future guy will be able to see every move. But then the mind reader will be able to see everything that he sees. Dun, 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 dun. It's a draw. How do you curve a bullet? You have to move your hand hella fast like this when you shoot it. And the bullet will go woo, 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 and go around a corner. What's the worst fast food place you could ever eat at? The worst fast food place that you could ever eat at. The green burrito that's inside of Carl's Jr. It's not a very well-known restaurant, but if you've seen one, you'll know what I mean. And if you've ever eaten at one, you'll know what I mean. Don't ever get green burrito, okay? Let me just tell you right now. Gas station hot dogs aren't really fast food. They're on a lower tier. They're gas station food. Yeah, there's like a Carl's Jr. / they're like two restaurants. You know how there's like a KFC, Taco Bell sometimes? It's like that. You see them here on the West Coast. Carl's Jr. Green Burrito. And the green burrito menu is literal dog food. They just open up a can of Alpo in the back, and they put a fucking jalapeno pepper in it, and they serve it to you. Just like that. Arby's is a basic sandwich with a $20 price tag. I mean, you don't get the sandwich at Arby's, dumb fuck. You get ripped off. You get the fucking beef and cheddar at Arby's, and you walk out with like 3 of them and a bunch of Arby's sauce, and you go home and you thank me later. I just saved you a bunch of money. You don't get their fucking deli sandwiches or whatever at Arby's. Fuck that. You get 3 beef and cheddars and a fistful of Arby's sauce, and you go to town. If you could combine 2 fast food restaurants like a Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, what would they be? I would like to see, dude, a McDonald's crossed with Rally's, where I could get like McDonald's burgers, but Rally's fries. Rally's can't make a fucking thing else, but them fries are goddamn crack. Fry game is tip top. Man, you're not eating so many Arby's sauce, you're gonna poo yourself. You just want to put a liberal amount of Arby's sauce on your beef and cheddar. Well, that's what I've got for tonight. My phone's gonna die, so I'll see you later. Bye.
Hey, it's Taylor from Content Cavern. I put a lot of work into this video, so thank you to anyone who put the time into finishing this. I'm a big fan of Highdeology, so this was a really fun project for me to work on. If you're a fan of long-form content like me, consider subscribing for more videos like this one.